don't take off my mask, my disguise.
Hello, everybody. Welcome in. How's it going? Yeah, welcome in, everyone. Ryan, Unknown Artist, Oshik, Abra. How's everybody doing? Just go. I am tired today, but I must stay awake. All right. So I want to mess around with biomes. Essentially in Deadlift, it's brain work. I want to have like different regions inside of each level. Like maybe a part that's the employee break room, another part that's like a different thing, and it just kind of gives us a little more customizability when it comes to each level. So I think that's what we're gonna work on today. Because right now we just have basically one kind of region everywhere. It's fine and whatever, but you know, I would like to be a little bit different. And I think the way we're gonna do this again is pseudo procedural, like regions, because we can just go into here, go to maps, and we can just draw on here different colors for different maps. For like different, you know, whatever, whatchamacallit. Just thinking how I want to do this though, because I want like a system that's easy to reuse. Guess what I'll probably just do is assign a color to each different kind of region, then make it so it has to match that color. The only thing is exporting, you have to make sure that like you're doing it losslessly, otherwise if there's any kind of compression, it's not going to be the same color anymore. So that's the only potential like issue. But you can go in here and set the compression mode and stuff, and all these are set to lossless. So I think it should be okay. Just trying to think if there's any other way that I could really do it. I don't know. I think this will work. The other way that we could potentially do it is just make the biomes procedural, right? So we could just generate a noise map that's the same size as this maze. And then depending on the alpha of that map, that chooses the biome. Ayo, 3 stream streak, let's go. Thank you very much. I can show you guys what that would look like. Let's just pop a texture rect in here. So basically we could do a noise texture 2D. We set the size to the size of a map. Let's say it's 16 by 16. And then we just generate some noise like this, right? So this would let us do biomes procedurally. But I don't know though if that's what I want, because I imagine there's going to be a lot of weirdness with this. Like, I don't know. I think I would prefer the biomes as being something that I can actually like define. So, because I imagine we're going to get a very noisy pattern with this. I mean, obviously we can make the thing bigger, but then sometimes we might not get all the biomes we want. So I'd like to have maybe a little bit control over how that works. Yeah, we can just do what I said, assign colors and stuff. So let's go into global. We do have regions, or the maps table, right here. And I may go ahead and just duplicate this and make a biome table, or what do I really want to call it? We have maps. I guess we could call it regions. That's basically what it is. Let's go on the regions table. Okay, so now we can just define all our regions and stuff. And I'll say color. Let's just say the default region is white. Should be 6, yeah. Is that how many it is, or does it include 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6? I guess I'll just also include another FF for transparency. And I guess that actually has to be a real color, so you have to say color.hex 0x, like that. All right. So into here now, let's create a new resource. Make it a default resource. Oops. Regions table. Now on top of that we have the script. And there we go. Then we're just gonna load it in here. Regions table. Did this song just not play? Did the song just repeat itself? Hold on. What's going on here? Do I have 2 songs that are the same song by accident? Because we have Crazy Dave. Then main theme or something. That seems odd. There's no like PBZ. Maybe I'm going crazy, guys. Okay. So regions table. So when we generate our map, we're gonna have to know, we're gonna have to read the color of the map of the image and then figure out what region it's supposed to be. So let's do that then. Let's go into world. Generate maze. So right here is where we do it. We set map chords and stuff. And as you can see, right now we're just setting that to an empty dictionary. But now we can actually define stuff. So I want to say region is equal to region ID. So we're getting the pixel if luminance is greater than 0. So now we can check the color. So fry and global.regions table. And then have another var region ID. String by default will be equal to mg.region.breakroom, just so we have a default. Now we're going to say if regions table.get id.color is equal to pixel, then we say region ID is equal to ID and say break. So now what's that's going to do, it's going to loop through all of the different regions that we have defined, figure out what is, if it's the same color, and if it is, set that region and then break, and then down here we now have a region type associated with each coordinate. So hopefully that'll works. And then down in here we can read that right there, map coordinates again. So yeah, that should work. All right. Back at a regions table, I'm gonna add another region. Let's call this region. Yeah, I guess this is the hard part. Now we need to figure out like what are the regions and stuff. I'm just gonna start sort of working on the meat processing plant stuff because that's like the biome that we have defined right now. So you can see what we have over here. See figure 2. So we have this one, which is like the basic zone. Which is like, I'm just calling the break room. And then we have the other two. So we have the frozen place. Let's just gonna call that region meat freezer. I'll just call it freezer. And then we have another one, which is that's like a butcher area, you know, it's meaty. What would you call that place? Meat zone. Is butchery a word? Okay, yeah. And that's fine. Alright, so we have 3 areas defined. We have to give each one a color. So just for now, as we start, I'm just going to start with just pure values here. So go to RGB mode. We're just going to make this one pure blue, which is that. Like that. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yep. And for the meat zone, let's do full red. Like that. So now it should be pretty easy for us to edit our maps and draw those colors in. So let's do, for now, let's just generate a very small map. And I just want to test drawing in some biomes and stuff. So make a full blue over here. Then I want to test doing like a weird bad color, like one we haven't defined, just to see what happens. It should just default, but you know. Alright, so that's map 4. I'm just gonna go set it up so that we only have map 4 spawning. Which I never defined map 4, did I? Okay. Interesting. This whole time. Alright, but it should only spawn in that one now. Yeah, I guess basically I just want to know like what region the player is in and stuff, so we're gonna add another variable onto the player so that we know where they are. We're gonna say var active region. We'll just say var region ID. By default, it'll be mg.region.surface or whatever. Okay. So now in process, I'm going to say global to map, global position, and that'll return var tile position. And now we say region ID is equal to global.main. Tile positions, whatever you call it. Is it not? Oh, global.world. Map chords, which is the one with all the stuff. Okay. At index tile position Or let's say .get. And let's say map. Or tile data is that. If tile data, then we know region ID is equal to tile data dot region ID. So I'm just curious to see if this works. And we kind of almost need like a, you know, an F3 menu. So I might do that. I don't think the player has any like UI. It's mostly just like overlays. I mean, it doesn't really matter where I put this, I guess, but I'll just put it in the world so it's easier to access. For some reason, I decided to do 2 different UIs with this game. It's fine. So we're going to add a rich text label on the top left. And it's going to say some stuff. Fit content. Do not auto wrap. And for theme, styles, I think it's fill. We do a flat box. Nope. Is it this one? Is it normal? Yeah, it's always like the one you don't expect. Okay. This is gonna be black, semi-transparent. So now we can fill out let's call this debug overlay. I just want to print out some information in here so that I know like what's going on. Let's say .format. So we want to say current region is that, then grab global.player.region ID. And then we just need some code to toggle it. So input.is action just pressed. Action. Let's debug F3. Then we say if is visible already, or we literally just say dot visible is equal to the opposite of whatever it was. And then down here we only set it if it's visible. Alright, so we should have just a basic little debug menu now. Let's try it out. Okay. Yeah, so it shows surface because our thing isn't returning any tile data. So now let's descend down. And hopefully we should see that changing between all our different biomes. Ideally. The freezer, the butchery, and yeah. Let's see. So, does it work? Does not seem to work. Unless I just couldn't get that specific color. Keep walking for a little bit. Will the MG namespace ever change to DF? I might, or yeah, DL. I might do that. Yeah, because I better do it before, like, you know, modding and stuff happens. Yeah. Okay, so I don't see it changing at all. Let's print out on the player what's going on here. So tile data. Oops. So it's just getting null, which is interesting. Because you'd think that I would get... Oh, It's because map coordinates uses a 2D system. So I need to convert this into a vector 2i, where I say tile position.x, tile position.y, or .z. Now we should be getting tile data. Yeah, so now you can see region, MG region, break room. Let's go ahead and change that though, instead of just saying region. That should really be region ID. I always specify whether it's an ID or not. Alright, let's try this again. Where's Itchy? Okay. Have I checked Discord lately? Not since I started the stream. I can check right now. Yo. Ayo. We can listen to that in 1 second. I'm just gonna go down and see if this tile stuff works. Come on. Go! Yes, sir. Alright, so look at the top left. You see it says break room, which it's only saying break room though. So it is properly getting region data, but for some reason the color stuff is not working. So we have to figure that out. So, hey, Null Studios, welcome in. How's it going? Because right here I'm saying if color is equal to pixel. Pixel's a color. I'm just gonna print S here. Both this color and pixel. Let's see what that says. Doing good, nice. Alright, let's listen to Oshik's track. Oh, this is really quiet. Color and the pixel color. So these are what it's grabbing. It should be fine. 0010. There's a lot of white ones. 1001. Is there not one that's that color? Just think for the cheese times. You cleared the cheese, crazy. Why is there no red over here? That seems odd. Regions table.get color. Should be red. Is there a different way to get hex codes? Yeah, we could just do a string. Which would be a little easier, probably. Let's see, back into global. Wait, where were we? Region stable. But yeah, track is over. I think it does need a little bit of, like, mixing or, like, balancing of the volumes of instruments and stuff. Pretty epic. What's that, track for? Let's change this to HTML. And then we can just do this as a string. I don't know if this is what the issue is or not, or why this is not doing the right color, but we'll see. Fix that guy. Of course it does too. Change it to elevator song? Oh, yeah. I think for elevator songs, it's like, how do I describe an elevator song? Usually just a very simple, happy jingle. You know? If we, like, go listen to some elevator music. Elevator music. It's probably going to get me copyright claimed, but it's okay. Oh, this is the classic. Yeah. But yeah. I always imagine, like, this kind of vibe, right? I might get copyright claimed. That was probably too long. Isn't that the one that everybody uses? Oh. Oh, this is the one that everybody uses. This is the Kevin McLeod one. This one's copyright free. Yeah, I think something along this vibe. Anyways. Yeah, why is it saying that all of these colors are not red? I don't know what's going on. All the alpha stuff is fine, although some alphas are 0. Which doesn't make any sense. Strange. So yeah, I'm gonna specify FF again. And that's 6 Fs. So I mean, that theoretically should work. This is red, that's blue. This is very odd. Like, why would it be... Let me turn the music back on. It's very strange. Generate maze. No, that's debris. We're getting the pixel. That's going to return a color. So, as long as it has luminance, aka not black. And then we say default region is the break room. I mean, it should be fine. We're just printing the color. I'm just going to print the color so that we don't have that other distraction. Just so I can see, like, what are the colors we're actually printing. It should just be what we think. Red and blue and white, but it doesn't seem to be working. So it's very, very strange. Maps are going to look like crazy rainbows. Should be fine. Yeah, let's see if it's working. Oh. So it is working now. You can see this is the butchery biome. And then it goes to... It should have... Oh, there. Break room. And then I think over here was the green zone. And as you can see, it is still in break room, so that's good. Then it should go over to the freezer over here. Yeah. So now it shows freezer. So I think it's working. I guess it was just the way that the colors are formatted. Maybe it doesn't like how I did the hex codes, or the alpha values were wrong or something. Who really knows? Because all the colors in here seem good now. They have the red channel. Maybe with a hex value, it's inverse of how I think it's formatted, you know? Man. Maybe. But I haven't ever had issues with that in Starground, so I don't know why it's a problem here. But whatever. It's fine. So I think we're good to go with that now. And I need to make sure that when we're back in the elevator, my region goes back to normal. What I'm actually going to do for that, I think, is inside the player. If we can get the tile data, it should always be that. But otherwise, if we're on a tile and we can't, like we're not on a tile, then we should say region ID is back to like tile data dot, or not tile data. Probably just like, I need like a none region, not none, but I'll just call it elevator, I guess. And then I'll also say, right, if is on surface. Then we're going to do a different thing. Sorry about all the music. Hold on, guys. So if we're on the surface, set our region to surface, like so. Otherwise, down here, we set that stuff. So we need to add surface and elevator as two different regions. Let's go do that. Region dot surface. And I'll just not give those two colors so that we can't actually reference them. Or the way that we can do that is by just giving them black. So I think we can just say... Because if luminance is, right, less or not greater than 0, then it's not going to be able to actually ever set the regions to those. So it should be okay just to do black. These two regions are kind of like specific. Like I don't want them to be accessible regions. It's like manually set in the code. Okay. So I think that's it there. There's a lot of other things that we could do. Having these regions, like we could do different like particle effects and stuff. You know, there's all sorts of, there's a billion different things. But I think what we need to start doing now is inside of our corridors, I would like to dynamically change the library source, right? This is the thing I want to do now. So I'll have to figure out how this is going to work, because I need to make it so people can mod in different kinds of corridors, obviously. Which will be tricky. But I think the way I could do it is just instead of having it an inherited scene like this, I could just like spawn it in, and it would probably work out. So I'll have to try that. Okay. I was considering just doing like this little piece that goes in between two regions. I don't know exactly what it would look like, but I'll have to think about that. Because I'd also have to place it in the right position, which, how would I do that? I don't know. We'll think about that. For now, it'll just cut into the other one. So I'm going to start renaming these and stuff now. Let's see, open up corridors. Instead of this being corridor, I'm going to now name these by regions. So break room, 4-way. Because I want to have different materials and stuff for these other areas. So we're going to have to do different meshes. So I think we do that. Just trying to think how I do, like, how do I actually reference which kind of mesh I want, you know? I don't even know. I guess I could, like... Whoa. What happened? I might have to regenerate the collision shapes. Oh yeah, it's like, just decided to not generate anymore. Okay, note to self, do not change names. Let's try that. Alright, we can delete all these now. Okay, so that's fine. And then I'm just curious how I actually, like, how do I index these, you know? I don't even know. Because we have the grid map. And these have names, but I thought that the way I actually spawn them in is more like with indexes. Because where do I do the final step? Okay, I do say find by name. Which is good. That's the way I should be doing it. Okay, good. So change that away from corridor to break room. I guess now we can just add the region name onto it, right? And can I give these like periods and stuff in the names? I don't really know. Let's try it out. And I better start changing my IDs in here. It's gonna suck, but the earlier I do it, the easier it's gonna be to fix everything. I think we're pretty dead set on the name Deadlift. So I can say dl.region.breakroom now. Just like that. Okay. And then all these ones I have to, I'm gonna change the way that this gets like formatted now. Right, because now it depends on which region or which one we're accessing. So now for map coords, what I'm gonna say is var region ID, oops, is equal to map coords dot get position dot region ID. And now I can append that. So I say region ID plus that. And that should work. I think those are the only ones, right? We have 5. 4-way curve and straight T. 4-way curve and straight T. Yeah, we're good. So now we can throw in whatever kinds of meshes we want into that library source. It doesn't matter what order they're in or anything. And they should just work. So I think we're good to go now. The only thing I've noticed here, though, is it replaced the periods with underscores. Which is, not what I wanted. And I can't rename them. And is it like that in here? Let's go ahead and try, I guess re-exporting this. Might have to figure out a different naming scheme here. Because let's see what it is. Okay. So all of our material overrides went away. That's too bad. But yeah, as you can see, it is not formatting the name properly. It's doing underscore for some reason. So that's super cool. So I can't actually use proper IDs, I guess. I don't know why it doesn't let me do periods, because normally you can, I think. I guess just for this, we're going to do underscores then. Which is too bad. But whatever. Ain't nothing to me, man. I don't know, should we do another massive big change to the way all IDs are formatted? Because if periods don't work, that kind of spoils it, you know? I mean, underscores will always be valid in, like, anything. So, I mean, it doesn't really matter. We could just swap everything to underscores, potentially. How do I remove? Okay, I guess I just go in here and then say. And then, so now what we have to do is convert our region ID. Excuse me. So I'm going to say dot replace, I think. Periods with an underscore. And I'm just going to print out that region ID just to make sure it works. Yeah, it's definitely a little annoying. Oh well. Now we gotta fix all of our, let's see, right? Our materials. So let's get started. The wall and the ceiling. Floor, wall, ceiling. Floor, wall, ceiling. Switching it up, ceiling, wall, floor. Crazy. And watch this, guys. I'm going to switch it up again. Wall, ceiling, floor. Absolutely insane. Okay, now we're going to export this again, and I'm not going to overwrite this time. I want to completely override everything and reset it. So yeah, there we go. Now it's just DL region, break room. So we got the most banger song of all time playing right now, guys. I hope you understand that. Yeah, we should be good now. So hopefully this generates with those IDs now. I may just potentially replace all of the IDs with underscores because I'm kind of tired of dealing with characters that just don't convert. You know, this keeps happening. Periods sometimes don't work. Colons, like I do in Starground, sometimes don't work. So I'm just like, man, maybe I just do full underscore, you know? That'd be the most safe type of string for an ID. So I'm considering it heavy right now. 10 out of 10 would like some pizza with this song though, real. Okay, yeah, it looks like it did the underscores properly. Although I think it crashed, so it must have. So why do those all say MG? Oh. Alright, we're changing how everything works. DL region. Because the thing that sucks is we're going to have to go into every single entity and stuff and change their ID. It's not a huge deal, but it is somewhat annoying. But it's the only time we ever have to make this change. So it's fine. Oh, but the default ID and stuff that gets set, we have to change now. Let's search for mg.region. Replace it with DL region. Alright, so that should be all the references to that. Let's try this again. Better work. So yeah, it shows properly I'm in the elevator now because we're not on the surface anymore. That's good. Oh, it may have crashed again. Gotta figure out why that keeps happening. Let's wait and see what the error message is. Just waiting. Should I work on my Tamagotchi game or my duck fighting game? I don't know. It just depends on... I would just work on what you're enjoying the most, I would say. Or like if one game's like a super small project that you can get done really fast, like the Tamagotchi thing, then you can always just like focus on one and get it done and then leave yourself open for the other one. What is going on here? It's like not happy now. Is it just because it can't find those types of meshes? Maybe that's what's happening, and so it just causes the game to crash. Yikes. I mean, the whole freaking editor died. Okay. I presume what's happening is because we call down in here find item by name. Okay, it returns -1 if nothing is found. So I'll just say if index is not equal to -1, then we do it. Or let's just say, I'll say if it is equal to -1, then I'm gonna replace the index with, nah, let's just not do it. We'll figure that out later. So maybe this will fix the issue? I presume that's what's happening here, but who knows? I think I'm gonna work on the duck one because the Tamagotchi one's frustrating me. Yeah, that's probably the play then. I think if you start getting frustrated with stuff, what I always do is like take a break, come back to it later. Because there's no point in trying to throw yourself against a brick wall, you know? It's just frustrating, you're not really making any real progress, so sometimes it's good to just like pause and come back to it. I do that all the time with like, you know, programming problems. Sometimes it's... is it gonna old die again now? I don't know what is going on. Like why it doesn't necessarily throw like an error. It just like freezes and dies. So that kind of sucks. I don't know what to do about that. Like, what did I even change? You know? Does it show anything inside of the logs, I wonder? Like if I... Also, thank you for the posture check. Like if I go to %app data %, wonder if it shows anything in there. Roaming Godot. User data. It's interesting how many games are made with Godot and you don't even realize it until you go into this folder, you know? To be fair, most of these are mine. But it's kind of interesting. Deadlift. Logs. And let's see what's going on in here. Because I'm getting sick and tired of it, guys. I mean, it should just be showing me stuff in the editor, but maybe not. There's one frame. Oh, that's the camera stuff. Yeah, see, it's not showing me anything. It just shows the region IDs and then it freezes forever. So the only thing that I can think of is that there is a while loop causing the game to crash. I believe that's probably with generate breakers. Because I think this is the only place where we have a while loop. So I imagine that there's something going wrong here. Let's say if tries is greater than 10,000. So we say tries plus equals 1. Or less than 10,000. It's the only thing I can think of that's causing the game to crash like this. The only time this happens is with infinite loops, usually. Unless there's some kind of other really weird issue. And it seems like it only happens right at the moment when the maze gets generated, so it must be this. So imagine what's happening is that the maze is just not generating properly. And so the breakers, when they're spawning, they loop through and can't ever find a valid wall to attach to. So we're about to find out if that's the case. No. So it wasn't that, which is pretty interesting. Unless 10,000 is just too many loops. I mean, that's possible. Turn that down. Or else, is there anywhere else where I use a while loop? Nope. I mean, I use it in a shader, but that's different. Normally this should never happen, so it must just be a generation issue. Let's try this out. Come on, don't crash. We might have to wait a second for the 1,000 loops. So let's give it like 10 seconds. Because that would suck if it's not the while loop, because then, like, what is it? Usually, though, the thing is with a while loop, Godot knows when an infinite recursion loop is happening. Recursion loop, whatever, but just an infinite loop. And then it closes the program. So, that's not really what's happening in this case, you know? It's pretty strange. Because this is just dead. Just to absolutely make sure it's not the breakers, let's completely disable the generation of breakers. Boom. Let's see what happens. We can disable the generation of everything if we need to. I just need to, like, I don't know. Need to make sure. I need to figure out what this actually is. Alright, let's see. Please don't crash. Okay, so yeah, as you can see, it's not generating meshes, and that's why everything breaks. So why is it breaking, though? Because it looks like it did generate a couple meshes. And I can't see anything. Epic. Let's reload. Oh. Oh. It's like, what on earth? Is he gonna leave me at that spot now? Awesome. Okay, let's restart the game. Snooze the ad. Play the game. I just want to see which ones are the ones not generating, because it seemed like it was the butchery. I think what's happening is the butchery just chooses not to spawn, but the freezer still does and stuff. But it's strange, though, that then the generate breakers thing is causing a crash. Because, like, why would it do that? I'm not really sure. I guess I need to look at the code of that and figure it out. You can see the robot guy slowly falling into the void. That's kind of funny. Okay, so here's the part that is not one of the biomes. And you can see it spawned in fine. So it's just that this other stuff isn't spawning in. But, like, I don't know why that's an issue, I guess, right? That's what I'm trying to figure out. Or, like, why it would cause the game to die, though, right? Because it should be one breaker. So we pick a grid position, do that. Then we say get valid wall. And here we're just going to do some ray casts. From and to. So, it's strange. I guess it's just because spawn count never increases. But I'm increasing tries. It's like it should be okay. Oh, is it because I said or? I should have said and. Tries is less than 10,000. I think that's why it was crashing, so it is an infinite loop. Okay, let's just... I just want to make sure this works one last time, then we should be good to go, and we'll go model in the rest of the environment. What was I checking? Oh yeah. I want to make sure that we're doing generate breakers. Yeah, we are. Yeah. Let's go try this again, guys. Better not crash. Okay, yeah, we're good. Obviously, this is broken and bad. But it's fine for now. Alrighty. Let's get rid of that. So let's go into Blender. And we're going to model the other parts. I'm just going to 50. How do I duplicate? Oh, I'm not in object mode. I was like, okay. And now we just rename all these. So this is region. Let's just do the freezer. 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 And freezer. So we should have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Goody, goody, goody. And these should already be ready to go. We can just save it and now we're good. So the next step is actually texturing this new zone. Let's go back into our corridors. So hide all the break rooms. Then the freezers. So these are still textured, right? Yeah. All right. So this is the next step now. Let's open up all my crazy tabs. And I did leave this texture open because I thought that this looked kind of cool. And I could definitely see using this somewhere. Featured works. Oh, there's a gallery. Let's and I want to also just look at like some other ones, right? Because we'll definitely be doing a different floor. Imagine like if you're inside of a freezer, could be concrete, but like I want icy floor, you know? Not necessarily snow, but like a floor that's frosted. So search ice. Dirty ice. Melting ice. Shattered ice. Something under the snow. These are actually kind of cool. Ice chunk generators. That's neat. Ice cream. I mean, we can always just do it with like another, like a detail layer on top. That's what I might do. So, hey Astro, welcome in. How's it going? So maybe I'll do like, what kind of floor would there be in a freezer? I think, let's look at this. Okay, so it is supposed to be icy and slippery. And in the little example image, the walls are dark. So we could do that with this industrial wall texture, probably. Let's load this up. Come on. Come on, Filter Forge. Come on. Just cancel. Let's add a new board. Freezer wall. Let's try putting this in again, if it'll work. What is going on? It's taking a million years to get the list of filters. Oh well. But yeah, we have a lot of options though in terms of wall textures here. There's some that are pretty neat. Like I do actually kind of vibe with this one pretty heavy. We got the brick, which that'll be for a different thing. There's panels. There's some of these textures that are crazy like this stuff, but library server connection timed out. What's going on? Let's save the project and reopen Filter Forge. It's pretty weird. I never had that happen before. I actually do kind of like this texture though. Maybe we'll use this one. It just looks epic. I don't know. Alright, what presets do we have here? Because see, this is literally what is shown in the example art on the freezer. Something kind of like this. So let's mess around with this. Let's make the color like blue tinted. We want to do a dark, icy blue. Something along the lines of that. The only thing that's too bad is I can't seem to adjust the color of this like dirt. But we'll just do an overlay shader on top for like the frost. So we can control the number of bumps and stuff here. That's at 2 bumps. Bottom rust height. Started at 5. Oh yeah, so we can up the height of that rest at the bottom. Which is good. Number of vertical splits. I see. That's what 2 looks like. It's interesting, but not the vibe. See, I like the other floor. I want to just give it like that rust at the bottom like that. And this should come with a normal map. Epic. Diffuse and bump. Cool. I frick with this pretty heavy. We could probably make this work. I guess that kind of color would work. I might desaturate it a little bit more though. Since the game's very warm, even like a neutral tone is going to look pretty blue in contrast, so. Alrighty. So let's try it out. I'm just going to go duplicate the break room texture. Call it freezer wall. Do I have to like paste unique or something? I guess it's turned into a brand new texture, so there's nothing to really make unique anymore, so we should be okay. Alright. Freezer will diffuse. Let's see what this looks like. Then let's just apply it to here. So that's what it looks like. Not terrible. I think if we put that snow overlay on top and stuff, should be fine. Also, we do have ads. I do apologize for that. So let's work on that overlay. I think it's going to be really easy. It's almost the same thing as our leaves shader that I did. So I think I'm actually going to duplicate that. Call it ice. And it'll just be the same sort of shader. But obviously make everything in here unique. Make all that unique. And the textures and stuff, it doesn't matter. The freezer where the bodies go. Probably just food and stuff. I think the freezer is sort of like basically oh, here we go, material overlay, so I can just pop ice on there. Oh yeah. But yeah, this is just gonna be like just a food freezer. So let's go look for some ice now. Like we were doing before. It doesn't have to be super fancy. Like the skating ice could work. As long as I can change the color of it, we'll see. What is going on with this? Like getting the filters and stuff. Something ain't right, guys. Might need to like relaunch my browser or something. It's not a Windows thing. It's just specifically Filter Forge. I just don't know why it's taking a million years to get the list of filters and then it just keeps failing. What I have to keep doing is restarting Filter Forge. I don't know what's going on. I have to save it. Well, actually, this ice texture is going to be pretty... Well, it actually doesn't matter. The Windows thing? Interesting. Let me close this. All right. Open this up. Open Filter Forge. I have a feeling it's something wrong with Filter Forge. I do not think it's Windows. I don't know how it would be Windows. So survival games and the freezer store food. The freezer is not where you store food as a player. It's just like a location that you can go to find food. Once we get this mesh set up and stuff, it'll be more obvious what I'm talking about. But yeah. Yeah, this is, something's wrong. I think I'm going to restart my browser and update it. Because there's like a connection between Filter Forge and my browser, so let's close everything. I don't think that's going to cause any issues with the stream right now. Close it all. It's all going away. It's going to start playing 50 videos when I reopen it. I'm going to update that. I'm going to full exit out of Filter Forge, make sure I don't have it open in the background. Yeah, resource point, exactly, yeah. So let's go into details and just make sure Filter Forge is closed. Okay, it's not open. Let's try this again. Hopefully just updating my browser fixes everything. I had to reopen all my closed windows and stuff. Oh, what? It just duplicated my window. No, no, no. It's opening random things. Okay. Whatever, we'll just find it again. No big deal. Ice. This one. Open Filter Forge. Please work this time. Yeah, I don't know what's going on with Filter Forge. That's pretty annoying. Actually, just brick 64 gigabytes of RAM. Doing, oh, that's insane. Doing a my 3D render while having viewports of my game running. Oh my god, yeah, $800 for replacement. That's insane, dude. That sucks. I'm sorry to hear that. Ugh. It's insane how expensive RAM is. I don't know. It's so dumb. I got 64 gigs of RAM of like good DDR5 RAM. Like 5,000 millihertz or whatever for my Minecraft server. Before all the RAM stuff. And it was like 150 bucks or something. It's insane that getting that much RAM now would cost like, yeah, 800 bucks or even more. It probably would cost even more. Because it's like, man, it's just stupid. I don't know why we've done this to ourselves. Come on. Well, I wish there was a way I could just like download this or something and like, I already have Filter Forge downloaded, bro. Let me check for any updates. I don't really know how to do that, but imagine it's just something wrong with their servers right now. But filter updates. See if we can do it this way. Yeah, blame AI and all the memory manufacturers. Yeah, it's pretty dumb. Yeah, consumer market got knocked down to 20% of allocation. Yeah, it's wild. But definitely it's a good opportunity for some companies, though, I feel like, to make a lot of money. Because people are gonna need that stuff always. You know? Bro. Okay. I don't know, this might be a restart computer moment. I'm not sure. But obviously I'm not gonna do that right now. Sucks because I like Filter Forge and it's pretty nice to get materials from it. Yeah, it's kind of nuts. I work for a commercial HVAC company that makes data center chillers. Oh yeah. This year alone, because of AI, we've grown 720%. That's insane. Yeah. Man. Yeah, it's pretty wild. It's insane how much money and stuff is being put into it. It's like, I don't know. Seems like a big bet right now of like that this is actually going to be a sustainable thing in the long run. But I'm going to delete all my cookies on Filter Forge. See if that's like the thing. Because Filter Forge does this thing where I need to like connect to the program. Yeah, see, it does this thing, and then I can say, click here to activate cookies, and now open. And we'll see if that fixes it. Don't know if it will, though. Oh, there we go. So yeah, it's just a little weird Filter Forge quirk. I didn't think it would live in my OS. So now we should be able to just open Filter Forge. Nice. Yeah, build 2 new plants, hired 600 more employees. That's insane. Gets about 2 nuclear power plants. Yeah. One of those is actually coming up pretty close to where I live, which is interesting. Yeah, that's wild. We better hurry up and figure out fusion. Sounds like we're gonna need it. Okay, this ice texture is like too insane. Let's find a different one. I don't need it to look that crazy. Revisited. I mean, something like this might not be too bad. I want it to kind of look like globs of ice. You know, like you open up your freezer and there's all the ice all over it. Which is kind of what this gives off. Except, I don't know if this has like... It doesn't have very many settings. It does have all the important stuff. Normals, diffuse... Probably okay. 10 years I give it till everyone's wearing augmented reality glasses, replacing cell phones. Yeah. Normal condos, people will be them looking at GPT prompts. Yeah, I don't know. We'll have to see. It's pretty crazy though. This doesn't even have a seed selector, does it? Oh no, it does have variations. This one isn't really what I want either. I need just something very simple. Like this one or... one of these other ones in here. Shattered ice kind of looks cool. Let's take a look at that one. Oh god, please. Okay, we're good. Go to draft mode. Yeah, that's because they aren't compact enough. Yeah, honestly, I think that's the reason I don't really do a lot of VR stuff. It's just because it's so like clunky and big and hot. I think once things get smaller and are cheaper, you know, just more accessible, I imagine that those kinds of things will become more popular. But of course, I don't think it's going to be a complete takeover. I mean, it'll definitely be more prominent, but I think there's always going to be people that will prefer computers and not the metaverse. But we'll see. Okay, this is diffuse, bump, normal. Should be good on this now. I think this will work for the snow texture, so let's get out of draft mode. Export as ice. Just gonna spend the money making compact ones, the big ones on our success. Well, it's interesting how stuff can go down sometimes, though, because that's almost the way that things have been with AI a little bit, where it's like AI right now really isn't that helpful or anything, but for some reason investors are still pouring trillions of dollars into it. So it's like, you know, it's possible. It's happened in the past, apparently. That's absolutely insane. The rate of learning is impressive, yeah. I mean, it's interesting. I do think that in some aspects AI is really smart, but there's still a ton of things I think that it sucks at. And I don't know if it's going to be particularly easy to deal with those things, just because of the way that AI is right now, like the way that it's designed. Stuff like hallucination is going to be a really tricky thing to tackle. Because right now, the way AI works is we dump a billion bits of training data at it, and it's like, here, figure out the patterns and just keep replicating the patterns. So it's not really like a true intelligence, right? That's the thing. It doesn't know like when it's wrong or anything like that. So I think those kinds of things are going to be the most important things that we would have to fix with AI for it to actually be useful to most people. But we'll see. I mean, I kind of hope that it never happens, but it might. Alright, so this is what the frost looks like. So we can, like, just do like that, so it's not so intense. Oh, and also I could just, like, push this towards black. So it's like the frost isn't as blindingly bright. This isn't too bad. It does have that like layering thing that I used on the other one, so I think we can just up the offset here a little bit. Obviously not too much, but maybe to 0.1 could be okay. We'll see. It does cause some weird geometry things though. So I'm not sure if I want to do that yet or not. We'll mess with it. And then we still got to do the floor and ceiling, which we could just use the break room floor potentially. And same for the ceiling. But I would like to swap those out with something different eventually. But right now my goal is like, let's just get this stuff working. Let's see. Now let's go to ice geometry. Pop it on the overlay. So all these should have that as the overlay now. Yes, they do. Now we just gotta do all the materials. So freezer wall. Let's just do all the walls. Boom and boom. Let's see. I think people who don't play with it much don't realize how fast it's getting better. That's fair. Let's get the floors in here. Can I just do this? Does it let me do this? Just like select all of them? Oh yeah, it does. Man, Godot's so like easy. It's just little things like that that wouldn't work in any other program, but just does in Godot. Pretty nice. All right, we should be able to just then re-export all these now. I did make everything seamless, right? I'm pretty sure. Mesh library, boom. Merge with existing. Now, we go over here to the grid map. We got all the different regions. So hopefully what's going to happen now is the game will be spawning in my frozen regions. We'll see. So yeah, ever since Godot, I found it a lot easier. Yeah. Unity and Unreal 10 years ago were easy to use, but after they decided to be every program all in one, I totally know what you mean. Yeah, that's why I don't really... I used to mess with Unity. I was making a different horror game in Unity, actually. That game was flawed at its core, because it just wasn't fun. But, yeah, trying, though, to do Unity was a nightmare. So why did it not... Oh, it did work. It's just this is not the same region. So over here... Oh, we got the freezer. And I don't really see the snow shader. Seems like it didn't, like, save or something. Or I just messed it up somehow. These guys are still normal, right? Yeah, they're good. Strange. It should have like the snow on top, but I don't see it there. So that's odd. But yeah, Godot has been extremely pleasant to use. Let's get rid of this roughness map. Okay, so why did it not do any of the stuff I asked it to? Let's figure that out. Maybe I just can't do override materials on geometry like this. Because I'm not seeing it there. Interesting. Oops. Okay, so let's figure out why that doesn't work. Let's go back into our stuff. How do we get over there? Our source. Try deleting the mesh libraries. My guess is that I just can't include any instance data along with this, since this override is a part of the actual mesh. My guess is that it just doesn't get you know, applied when it turns into the grid map. But I don't know. So unknown artist, think Vespine. Earthbound OST. I think we got a couple Earthbound sounds in here, yeah. Or songs, not sounds. I mean, we can try exporting again without overriding, but I don't think it's going to do anything. I think it's just that I can't include overlays on top, which is too bad. But we can figure out a way around it. Yeah, it hasn't changed, so... It's good to know, though, that I can't do that. I mean, it's not that big of a deal, because I don't have to make it an overlay texture. I can just do it as our second texture. So we go back into our freezer wall material. Let's just go into the source. Get rid of it as the override. And what we can do instead is go to UV2, enable our detail layer, and then we can add stuff onto here, right? So since I don't have, I'm gonna have to do this as a noise texture, which is fine, like this. Posted some art I made in the Discord here. This is awesome. Yeah, we'll check that out. I've had issues with the mesh library not updating properly. Yeah, that's interesting. I want to go look at the documentation really quick, because there's like specific things that you can and can't include in mesh libraries. So I want to go see exactly what those things are. Also, it seems like all of our collision shapes are also gone. So let's go back into our corridors and fix that. Come on. Yeah, I wonder if it's because it like has just one. I don't know. I don't really know. There's a guide in here on how to do it. Tutorials. I guess maybe it's one of these. No, that's not what it is. Where is it? It's like, let's just look up mesh library. There's like a guide on, yeah, using grid maps. This is where it talks about it and stuff. So obviously you can give them collision shapes. Only the materials from within the meshes are used when generating the mesh. Materials set on the node will be ignored. So that's the key right there. So I can't put any materials directly on the node. It has to be a part of the mesh. Which is okay. It's not really a huge deal. So now we got to go through all of these and generate physics shapes. This is why reading documentation is important, because it has a lot of good information like that you wouldn't really think to look at otherwise. All right, we got all the collision shapes again. So yeah, I mean, it's no big deal. We'll just go ahead and kind of bake these in to the material. So back to our wall. This isn't going to be a multiplayer game, is it? This is not going to be a multiplayer game. I did do a multiplayer game. Well, I'm still working on it. It's called Starground. This is the previous game that I did. It's in early access right now. I've been working on the side to get it out of early access. But yeah, this is multiplayer, and multiplayer sucks. The horror stories are true. It's not the worst ever, though. I mean, it's doable. I wouldn't suggest it if you're not super familiar already with doing programming and making games. I kind of wish that I didn't immediately start with a multiplayer game, but it's fine. Until the deciding on packets get handled, yeah. There's a lot that goes into it. I think the hardest part always is just like the making sure that states are like synchronized, at least, and it depends on the game. Like that's the big thing. Like Starground specifically, it's a big challenge to keep the states synchronized because there's so many things going on in Starground, because you've got like editable terrain in the dungeons and also the automation stuff. So all of that combined just makes it a very difficult game to make. So like it's not an FPS. I mean, an FPS I don't think would be the worst thing to do multiplayer for. Like, because the nice thing about it is you don't have to worry about like any the synchronization is really easy, because the only thing that you have to synchronize is just like positions and events that happen. But the thing with Starground is I'm having to synchronize like a lot of data, entire worlds and stuff like that. So I think it just seems it's always been quite a challenge to do all that. FPS is tricky because you're gonna have to do like a lot of you know, optimizations and latency correction and stuff like that. So obviously it comes with its own set of challenges, but I don't think any multiplayer honestly is ever gonna be easy. They all have their own things that you have to figure out, but you know. So I'm gonna up the fractal on this. Wish I had some blue noise in here. I don't know if I can generate blue noise. Just want to make this look a little more frosty. It's domain warp. Which I do like how domain warp looks. It gives it like a painterly vibe. It's kind of cool. So maybe we'll actually do that. Because that gives it that kind of noisy, frosty vibe. So that kind of works. First game is going to be a multiplayer first-person game with realistic physics and everything interactive, made assembly. Yeah, that's... yeah. It's crazy that some people do that for real, though. Yeah. The one, like... it's... Everybody says it, but it is true. For your first game, definitely do something small and easy. It's true. That's why everybody keeps saying it. Because, yeah, it's a nightmare. Whoa, this one looks wild. Basic grid. There's some cool stuff here. And you got the frequency of it. Okay, that makes it look like more frosty. I see, I see. You do more of a paint vibe like that. Or you can increase the frequency and do more of like a icy vibe like that. That's neat. And fractal type. I think that looks pretty good. I may decrease the intensity just a little bit, or like shrink them like that. I think we'll keep it like right there. Alright. Remember hearing a dev talk about how he was floored because he figured out how to let 10 players interact with the same storage tab and moving items at the same time, tracking unique IDs. Yeah. Yeah, it's tricky. Yeah, inventory stuff has always been a challenge with Starground, with multiplayer. Because it's a lot of, like, states that you need to check. I think the easiest way always to do it with multiplayer is keep everything server authoritative, so that you don't really have to worry about anything. The only thing that matters is just that clients get updated from what's happening on the server, and the server, you know, is like everything that happens on the server is in sequence. So somebody basically just sends in a request to the server, and then they can say, is this item already picked up? If so, ignore that request that was just made. So it's really easy to do it that way. But easier said than done, though. You can theorize about it and think of the best way to design it, but at the end of the day, it's still going to be a really big challenge. So it's, yeah, it's a bro moment. Had to reprogram a chip for playing once in assembly? Oh yeah, that's crazy. Yeah, I haven't really ever messed with assembly very much. Seems pretty archaic though. Oh, I left these here by accident. It's like, I don't even know how people could make a game in assembly, like, because you'd have to do like everything. You'd have to set up the graphics rendering pipeline, and that would be wild. I mean, obviously, I'm sure there's libraries to do it for you, but if you like truly just wanted to make it from scratch, it would be crazy. Yeah, I don't know. Don't outsource and pay someone else, yeah. Well, that's nice in theory when you have money. My first game was a Metrovania for a jam, and it drove me to tears because of frustration. Yeah. So the second game was Flappy Bird. Nice. Yeah, that's rough. I like how these guys just fall. It's only because there's sections of the map that's just not properly generating right now because we haven't modeled it yet, but I think it's just kind of funny. Yeah, we should see the change now in environment over here. It's looking good. So the other thing I'd like to do, there are still some minor seams here. I'm not sure why that's happening. Let me do some looking around here. I do have this as, I don't have it as World Triplanar. Maybe we could just enable it to that and that fixes all of our weird issues. It's fine. But yeah, I need to change like the rubble and stuff that spawns in here. I think instead of like bricks and rocks, I want it to be piles of snow or like ice on the edges of the hallway. So we're gonna do that. The reason why I'm keeping it in my head is because I'm making a Quake 3 like, yeah, a Mage Combat game, but a mix of WoW PvP and competitive Quake Arena. Nice. course I want it online. Yeah. Memory input and storage. Yeah, it's got to be a lot of work. But I respect it. Keep wanting to make a game in, yeah, 6502 assembly so I can make a NES game, but I keep giving up 20 minutes into it. Yeah. It's not even psychologically okay to stare at assembly for more than 20 minutes. Man. So, Eiler 10 Studio. I'm saying that right. Welcome in. How's it going? Yeah, it's crazy. There's a couple people on Twitch that do like some crazy assembly stuff. Like Zorkenheimer does like I think he does a lot of like decompiling of like old assembly programmed games and stuff, and it's just like looking at the code is insane. I'm like, what is even, I don't even know what's going on. Usually with more modern high level languages, like if you know one of them, you can look at another one and immediately know what's happening because they all use the same basic structure. If statements, blah blah blah, all the typical programming terms. But when it comes to assembly, it's just like you're literally going through and like modifying memory addresses. It's just a completely different vibe. I don't know. It's really hard to wrap my head around it. I'm sure if I spent some time and really like dove into it heavily, I could start to understand it a little better, but it seems like a lot of work. People back in the day had to use binary. I don't even know how you like, how would you even do anything like that? It's so crazy that we've jumped from this like somehow just numbers and all of a sudden now we're like processing things. It's like weird. It's the same vibe as like how did we like go from just solid matter into something that's alive, you know? I guess it's just that, I don't know, it's difficult to wrap your head around it. But I think initially what we did is we just had machines that like, because I know that programming kind of stems from whatchamacallit, like looms. You would like write like a card and punch holes into it, and that would be kind of like it's like an image that like a card you insert, and then the loom will read that like pattern and then sew that pattern. I think, but it's crazy. I don't know how we've gone from that to I don't know, this video games. It's an insane, it's wild how fast computers have exploded, you know? Even just from back when I was younger, which is relatively speaking is not very long ago. Games and stuff these days are way different. Like you never see anything like I mean, back like I guess when I was like alive and conscious, was probably like early 2010s. Stuff back then was just nothing close to the games that we see now. Like crazy AAA stuff. I don't know, I have Claire Obscura, you know, on the top of my head because we were talking about that recently. But like this game looks eons beyond anything that even in the past 10 years have come out, you know? It's just crazy how fast things progress. I don't really know though how much further we can take graphic fidelity like this, you know? Can a game ever look better than this? Because we're almost approaching the point where it basically just looks like almost exactly like real life. I mean, there are very minor things that we can do. Obviously, this game probably has ray tracing. Just increasing texture resolutions and stuff, but I don't know how much further it can really be taken anymore. So it's pretty wild. So if I could ask, did you all have a nice Christmas? Yeah, it was nice. We just relaxed, worked on fixing Starground bugs. It was good. Thank you for asking. Learned how to roughly read binary. Yeah, reading binary isn't too bad. It's just like, how do you take in just zeros and ones and turn it into like real things like this? I don't know. It's wild to me. A lot of chips in the 70s, the 90s. Cessna King airplanes are written in assembly. Oh, yeah. And from eating berries and caves to creating worlds in a relatively short time. Yeah. It's wild, dude. It's insane. I mean, when you think about it, we've had billions. Life has had billions of years on the planet to do stuff. And only in the last, like, couple thousand years, all of a sudden these monkeys started going crazy. You know, that's crazy to me, man. We started making computers and rocket ships. We've left our planet. That's insane. I don't think any other species has ever, obviously not on Earth. We've had so many firsts for all life forms ever on Earth. It's wild. I don't know, man. So my game that's already 10 gigabytes is just character models, VFX fest. That's a lot, yeah. One thing I do like about Godot is that file sizes are always really tiny. Starground file size is like super small. It's like, oh, what the? Do you guys see what's going on here? There's some mesh errors with this elevator right here. We better take a look at that. But yeah, Starground's like less, or I think it's around 500 megabytes now, which is pretty crazy. I mean, to be fair, all the assets are just pixel art, but Godot definitely does some good file size optimization stuff. I've never seen a Godot game that's ever been past 10 gigabytes, so... And I'm sure a lot of that just has to come down to the developer. How much time they're spending on removing old assets and actually optimizing file size. I always think it's so funny that that one time when I optimized Starground a little bit and removed some old files, people were just flabbergasted. Because I pushed the update and there's like some posts on I think it was like a Steam DMB or something. And they're like, the game is decreased in file size. There's no way. This must be the wrong version. I don't know. It's just... It's sad, though, that we think that way, that small game equals bad game. Because it's not the case. What's going on with this geometry? Okay, there's like something weird here. Here, let's hide this shape here. Yeah, what? Wait, I'm so confused. It's normal. But then only on one side of this is it sticking out here. So something is not right. What is the issue here? Is this rotated or something? No. How is this possible? I feel like I'm looking at an optical illusion right now. Like, it's the exact same shape, but somehow it's different. I don't know. Let me make sure that this is the same x-axis. Which it is. Maybe this one's not the same x-axis. No, it is. No, that's not right. There's no way. Oh, it is right. What's going on? Oh, I see a AAA games. I'm like, oh, so if I did that, I would have 1 terabyte game. Yeah, that would be wild. Spent like 5 months just designing my character and abilities. Yeah. Stats, facts. Well, basically, player playability before ever stepping foot on anything else. Yeah. That's definitely a good way to do it. Focus on like your gameplay loop and like the systems behind the game before you worry about like the world and all the other fluff that goes with it. Made this duck fighting game a few months ago, and I've been I had a working game that I messed it up and didn't touch it for months. Oh yeah. Yeah, that's always a big killer sometimes when things go wrong like that. That sucks. Guys, I'm flabbergasted. I don't know what's going on. It must be just some like really weird geometry thing. What I'm gonna do is select these 2 faces, and then I think I'm gonna say it's in like mesh, cleanup, split non-planar faces. like that. And hopefully that keeps it. Yeah, there we go. So it's fine now. It's just a little funny the way that the face was kind of rotated. It was like slightly different on both sides. But now it's normal. All right, we're good now. I think it's crazy how there's so many devs that can make beautiful games, relatively small teams. Then it's me who watches Twitch instead of making my manga. I mean, it's all good. I mean, you can always like just listen on the side and stuff, you know? I don't think it's ever a bad thing to do that. Whenever I'm not streaming, I usually have like a YouTube video or something pulled up in the background. I wish I could... I would love to get into audiobooks more, but I just like, I don't want to have to pay for audiobooks. I need to figure out some way to get free audiobooks. I'll have to look around. I think there might be a couple with Spotify, but it's weird since I'm on like a family plan, so you only get like a limited number of hours per month or something of audiobooks, so it's kind of a little wacky. So hey, Bralic Lion, what's going on? Welcome in. How's it going? It's going good. I think it's just time to... We're working on just modeling in some different corridors and stuff right now. We did the freezer corridor. I'm just gonna go model in the other one now, which is the like the meat processing area. Well, there's not really much to model. I just basically select all these, duplicate, and rename them. And then we mess with materials. But yeah, we're working on like biomes right now, essentially. They're not like literally biomes. I mean, I feel like the definition of a biome is more of like a natural area, but I guess I'm just calling them regions. So basically just different parts of the facility that are different from each other. So there's a little more spice. Greg says he Blender, yeah. Blender's pretty epic. But yeah, I can talk about the game in just a minute. Let me just rename these, make sure I got them all. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So anyways, this game is called Deadlift. It's a survival horror game that is also a roguelite. Essentially, here, let me just like boot up the game. The corridors are going to be broken, so keep that in mind. Actually, here, really quick, just so I can show you the real game, let me like re-export this. Here, let's go to corridors.blend so that I can walk around. Let me enable the physics really quick. Oops, don't skip import. Okay, now I can show you. Let me launch the game. Wait, I didn't export the library again. Okay. Hold on. Okay, time to actually load it up. But yeah, you descend down into an elevator. The whole idea is you just need to survive as long as you can, hence the roguelite aspect. Like, eventually you will die, it's just a matter of time, because difficulty scales up over time. But your goal is to get at least 1 food and 1 water at the end of each day so that you can, you know, not starve to death. And there's also other items you can find around. There's still a lot of systems I need to get working on. Like, I want to do like a crafting system so you can upgrade things, add in new machines to your elevator. But a big part of this game is driving these rovers around. These, let me extend the window out. These let you kind of explore the maze in a safe way. There's different entities that roam around, so you kind of want to avoid those guys at all costs. I need to modify the bloom with the rover because it's way too much. But there's different guys that wander around in here. Still sort of in the phase of just getting all the basic systems and stuff set up, but Hopefully we start playtesting soon, and then yeah, we'll just keep going from there. Anyways, sorry, let me read everything I missed. It was working and now it's not. I don't know what I did 4 months ago to break it. Yeah, I mean, I would just try printing things out in the code, make sure everything is, you know, what you're expecting. Are you like getting errors in all studios, or is it just broken and you don't know why? Just watch dev streams so I can see how everyone else gets frustrated with the smallest dumb things. Yeah, happens all the time. Pirated most of my audiobooks. Yeah, Audible's good with Prime, but canceled. Yeah, Spotify has enough per month. Yeah. I'll try looking at Spotify, I think. That's probably going to be the play. Since I'm already paying for that anyways, I might as well take advantage of it. I'm a firm believer that since the 90s that everything on the internet is free, so you know where to look. That's true, that's true. Arcade Room from The Binding of Isaac. You saying we should add that? Adobe and the major dev programs definitely track bootleg stuff these days. Yeah. That's why I've stopped using those programs, because I get a lot of messages from them now that's like, we know what you're doing and you must stop. So. And also, they kind of suck as a company, so I'd much rather use open source programs. Or at least programs that don't suck, like DaVinci Resolve has been pretty good for editing. It's been fun. Definitely takes a little bit of time to get used to coming from Premiere, but it's not that bad. Reiku's see the full game, gotta practice that pitch. Oh, I know, it's still pretty, like, a lot of things are still kind of being formulated right now. And also, yeah, the game is a little half broken since we just ripped up, like, we're adding in this whole new biome thing. It's like, I can't even, but yeah, it's okay. I will, work on that. Yeah, I need to texture this area now. So this zone is meant to be like the butchery area. Obviously it has no textures. And then watermark your work? Yeah, that's always a stupid thing. Pressure everyone on their pitch, such a huge part of development. Oh yeah, it definitely is. I think it's important. I've been working on that. I do have like an actual written out good pitch. It's just that I don't have that pulled up right now. How long have I been working on this? This has been about 2 months. I think we started around October. It's been sort of in ideation for a while, like thinking about like what is the game and stuff. And there's been a little bit of back and forth, but we finally landed on something I think that works pretty well. So, because initially we wanted this to be a much more story-driven thing, but we also wanted it at the same time to be kind of gameplay heavy, and so I don't know, there were a lot of like conflicting elements that we dropped. We dropped most of the story stuff. The story is cool, but I'd rather do it in a way that doesn't come as a detriment to the gameplay. It's definitely more of a gameplay focused kind of thing. But yeah. DaVinci's brutal on Linux, so yeah. The MP4 support or hardware acceleration, if you spend $200. That's insane. On Windows, it's like pretty solid. The only things that you don't really get with a free version is like all the online enabled features, like you can do like cloud backups, I think, and also like cloud projects, so different people can work on the same project at the same time and stuff. But yeah. Speaking of open source, just wrote an open source Godot multiplayer tutorial. Let's go. Love to get your eyes on. Yeah, you're totally welcome to send a link over. I have been through the ringer with multiplayer stuff, so. Is that specifically for like multiplayer peer? Or a different kind of thing? Can't ever judge gaming development because the scatterbrain that goes into it. Only the dev can understand. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, I do need to, I think once the game's a little more defined, it'll be so much easier for me to explain what's going on. This looks good. Well, thank you. I appreciate it. Yeah. These are all probably mainly placeholder textures for now. We want to replace these probably with like hand-painted textures, but we'll get to that eventually. Worth more than just you. It's me doing, so far, all the modeling and programming and stuff, and then I have Zach's working on like the art stuff. So some of the entities are drawn. We're doing sort of like a mixed media thing where the environments are all 3D, but then entities and items are 2D. And it's nice because it means that we get to kind of utilize our skills a little bit better. I can model stuff, but I think it's definitely much easier for us to design things and monsters in 2D. So we've got a couple different guys here. This is Ares. Here, let me just open up his scene. So he looks like this. And we do some kind of like Doom style rotation stuff where he's got 4 different directions. So he like walks front, side, back, you know, and it'll change his direction depending on your position from him. Yeah, we got a couple other guys too. The robot is one exception to the 2D entity rule because he when he falls down, he actually becomes a physical collider that blocks things from moving past him. So I chose to make him 3D. It just is easier that way. But we've got the Hollow. He's a funny guy. We've got what's the other guy? The Kobold. He's like a little goblin guy that'll steal your items. Yeah, anyways. So I don't think you get hardware accelerator previews on Windows. Editing 15-minute plus videos gets brutal for me in DaVinci. That's interesting. I've never really noticed any major performance problems before, but yeah, I don't know. I've been using Caden Live, but just downloaded OpenShot. Interesting. And you look all those up. OpenShot, and then you say you're using Caden Live. Yeah. Definitely take a look at those. I mean, DaVinci's not bad, but I'm still sort of like open to other ones too. It's for Steam multiplayer peer plus ENet. Nice. That's good. Yeah, the Godot multiplayer stuff, RPC, spawner, synchronizer, epic. Yeah, that's exactly the stuff that I have been messing with, so I could definitely give this a look. Nice. So I assume this is this using the new multiplayer peer that just came out? There's like yeah, it looks like it is 4.17. It is nice that they finally merged the multiplayer peer just into regular Steam. I was tired of having to have two separate, like it being two separate builds like that. It wasn't a big deal, but you know, this is better to have it all in one. Nice. Yeah, I'll definitely give this a look after stream for sure. Yeah, the goal is to make them both a GD extension. Okay, interesting. Yeah. That would be interesting. Would be nice to not have to re-download the whole editor every single time, so. I thought about making a simple game called Real Days Work Simulator. Yeah, where you work average real jobs, but out there like I had when I was younger that are just hard, monotonous for hours on end. Yeah. Grinding welds off, metal fabrication stuff. That would be kind of funny. I'm sure that there's people that would be interested in stuff like that because there are games like that already. For example, American Truck Simulator is sort of like that, where you're just, it's super monotonous and you're just driving for hours and nothing really interesting happens. But yeah, I could definitely see, like, you know, pulling up some videos on the side and just chilling with that. It's easy peasy. Thank you for the follow. There is kind of a, I don't know, an interesting quality about that kind of stuff. Just a super monotonous gameplay loop that almost like is monotonous and boring on purpose. This is a time waster, like American Truck Sim. It can be kind of fun sometimes. I still need to compile customs for security plus Steam dedicated server support. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, that's I don't use any Steam dedicated stuff. I do like the server hosting in Starground just through multiplayer peer. I think one of the big differences, like Starground, I don't really worry so much about security because it's just a co-op game and there's no like leaderboards or anything. But yeah, I could definitely see how that stuff would be more of a concern with Surf's Up. That is what it's called, right? Just make sure. That'd be embarrassing if it wasn't called that. Yeah. But yeah, that would matter much more, I imagine, for something like that. How's the process been with like using the Steam dedicated servers? How do you like make that work? Like for your servers with the Steam dedicated stuff, are you kind of just doing that, basically treating the Steam server just as a peer with ID 1? Or are you like doing a completely different networking method for people to connect to servers? Still airline with it and a private branch, but initial work. Yeah, seems good. Okay. Yeah, basically a custom export with a new networking setup. Okay. So you're not using like synchronizers and... Okay, then Steam gets dedicated server join as peer 1. Okay, interesting. Oh, you are? Okay. Yeah, because that's kind of how I do it with Starground. Basically, I just include, like, with the export settings, you can export it with the dedicated server flag in features, or not in features, wherever it is. It's like over in one of these somewhere. Resources, you can just say export as dedicated server, yeah. Which is always pretty easy. And then, of course, I have to make a bunch of changes to the code for it to work, but... Yeah, dedicated server is the same net code. Okay, that's nice. Just setting up to receive connections is different? Yeah, I would imagine. Yeah, I haven't messed with, like, the Steam dedicated server stuff, but it seems interesting. Yeah. One thing I do want to explore eventually is, like, matchmaking. Because I do have another game idea cooking up in the background that's like more of a party game kind of thing. It's a big demand for players for dedicated server support. Yeah, I would imagine. There was a lot of people that wanted dedicated servers for Starground, so that's the reason I bothered with it. Yeah, I wrote my own matchmaking, but Steam has their own. Yeah, I want to look into that more because it seems like it could be pretty interesting. The thing that I kind of want to avoid, honestly, is having to pay for servers. Because, I don't know. I mean, servers really aren't that expensive, but if I'm going to do a multiplayer game, I think I would like to preferably just keep everything self-hosted and just have, like, really good tools to be able to make that work well, like matchmaking with publicly hosted servers and stuff like that, or game sessions, not necessarily a server. Because then I don't have to worry about, you know, having to pay that bill every month for the server. But definitely, though, I could see in some cases, some kinds of games, you would just have to do it. I don't know how else it would work with something like Surf's Up. Also, let's see. Sorry, I missed one message up here. Have achievement system. I can imagine having one like, yeah, never miss a day of work for 1 year. That would suck. I think with achievements, I always try with like Starground achievements to make them somewhat fair. You know, you could do nasty things like that, but like, that would suck. I think achievements that are time-based, to me, aren't very fun to try and achieve. Like, I usually like achievements being some form of like milestone or like a challenge versus just, you know, do this in X amount of time or do this for X amount of time. There are some achievements like that with Factorio, which I am not actually a fan of. There's the speedrunning achievements. I mean, it's fine, but it's just not... I don't enjoy having to beat the game in in a certain amount of time, to me, that's just kind of like defeats the point of Factorio for me. I hate speed running Factorio a lot. So, yeah, I don't know. So yeah, I already read that. Docker plus or slash Kubernetes clusters with automation through a cloud provider. Yeah. It's working on a big MMO FPS, but the server stuff sort of killed my motivation. Yeah. I could imagine with something like that, I think doing servers would be a huge hassle. Because you have to, it's not just a little small couple people in a game session, it's like everybody. Yeah, that would be hard. And having to do all the like dynamic like swapping and stuff, because like you'd have like you know, somebody moves over to this region, so you'd like, because you'd have to distribute the way that your servers kind of like hold clients, because you can't put everybody on one server. So it's sort of fun to work on. Yeah. Basically shards with, yeah, cluster database. Okay. Interesting. Yeah, I mean, every challenge like that sometimes can be a little bit fun. I think we'll do this great for the meat zone. I think that is sort of what we had over here. The meat zone, we're going to do sort of the ice overlay that we did, but it's going to be, well, meat. Let's call this butchery floor. So we got an ad starting soon. My apologies, everybody. 4,000 clients per instance. An instance like 40 megabytes of RAM. I forgot to stress test it. Yeah. Yeah, it would be fun to do an MMO kind of thing, but it's daunting though. All I can think about is just how, I don't know, probably end up hating working on it, you know? But it's definitely neat. Maybe one day. Definitely wouldn't be like the same capacity though, obviously, as something along the lines of like World of Warcraft. I think the way I would go about it is kind of like how, and now we have ads, my apologies. But sort of how like what's the word? Web fishing does it, where like they kind of have like public open servers, but it's not so like I don't know. I mean, how do they even do it? I don't know. I started playing the game after everybody stopped playing, so I don't even know anymore. So do I want to do row shift on this? Yeah, let's do that. Yeah, we don't have to worry about funding, etc. I'd go all in. Yeah. Yeah, that's always a thing. That's kind of like the only constraint really at the end of the day. It's just the fact that like, you know, can't work for free. You gotta make money somehow. I definitely would take a completely different approach to game development if like I had infinite money, you know? But I don't. Yeah, it was like 2 years of dev work. I don't have the time for that right now. Yeah. I completely feel that. My goal with development, I think, and what will probably, at least for the foreseeable future, is like, I really want to focus on making things that are small and easy to release. Because I just think that like, when you get into massive projects, even something like Starground, I think was too big. Because it just takes too long. I don't know. Because then what happens if at the end of the day your game is not successful? So you've wasted so much time, you know? It's just stuff like that. That's kind of the reason why I'm like I want to get things done very fast and easy. For this game, I'm planning on hopefully getting this done in like less than 6 months' time. Also, thank you for the cheese time. But yeah, all the games like that, I hope I can get done really quick. Yeah, towards smaller scope stuff. Still supporting my primary project. Yeah, that's exactly sort of what I'm in right now. Because like I'm still working on Starground and getting that ready for full release, but I want to start getting some of the smaller projects ready so that when Starground is done, I can just immediately, you know, throw it out there. A cool prototype I'm thinking of going to production on. Nice. It's awesome. Yeah, I've got a lot of game ideas actually that are just kind of sitting around in the backlog. That's another reason I want to do small games too, is because I think it kind of gives me the ability to explore more concepts, right? And that's kind of important. Here, let me duplicate this material. We'll call it butchery floor. Boom. Something's got to hit. Yeah, I know. It kind of feels like gambling sometimes, yeah. But I'm sure eventually something will, yeah. Because I've seen so many just tiny little simple games and I'm like, that have made millions of dollars and I'm like, that's insane, you know? Stuff like Dixium I always feel like is a really good example. Because this is such a baby game. It's like, you can beat this game in a couple hours, but it's done so well. Almost 7,000 reviews is wild because I think currently it's usually about 1 review to 50 sales. So you're looking at like, you know, 350,000 sales multiplied by, let's say, $2 on average with sales and stuff. Like that's 700,000 gross profit just for one random little person. Yeah, then after taxes and Steam cut and stuff, it's going to be much less, but that's still a lot of money. Like imagine you make half that, which is usually around what happens, I feel like, after Steam, then you pay your taxes and stuff. $350,000 for a game that probably only took a few months is wild, right? Yeah, like 458. Like that's in this game it's something that like I almost feel like this is the kind of thing I could finish in like a week because it's just so simple. All you do in this game is it's just a simple little idle game. You unlock things, you travel to these areas, upgrade your tools, and this is all just numbers, right? You just click a button, number goes up, and then you dig around and you try to find these like artifacts. It's so simple, but so successful. I don't know. That's why I want to explore smaller concepts, because I almost feel like people don't really care how big your game is, you know? I think the only thing that really matters is just what it's offering and how polished is it compared to what other games are already out. Like, so I think it's one of those things where sometimes we get this idea in our head that in order to make money, we have to make a big game. But in reality, I just don't think that's the case. I think it's like one of those things where we're giving ourselves constraints for no reason, right? But yeah, I don't know. I'm definitely excited just to do a lot of small games like that and, you know, see if anything sticks. And yeah, Steam does take 30%. And I think they also use a little bit of like they take some with VAT taxes and stuff like that, so it's ends up being a little more than 30%. Still way more than what I made when salaried. Yeah, right. Gotta check this out. My new project is an idle game, but I don't really know the genre. Yeah, I'm also sort of working on an idle game in the background too with Alert In. There's another side project. I've played a lot of idle games, so it's one of those genres where I feel very confident in making one. I have made idle games before. We mute the music. Yeah, they're really simple though in concept. I feel like it's one of those genres where anybody can kind of approach with not very much knowledge of the genre. Because really the concept is just buy things with money to make more money to buy more things with money. It's just a self-fulfilling loop. It's people always sum it up as number go up, and that's what it is. But it's not too bad. This game it's like a fishing idle game. I've always liked games like Chillquarium. This game is really fun, but the issue is that your money feels kind of useless in this game. Like, you gain money from these fish passively in your aquarium, but then you just use that money to just buy more fish. I want to avoid that with this game. Like, you collect fish and you'll have that sort of aquarium system, but I want money to not be spent on fish. I want it to be spent on like more meaningful upgrades, like upgrades for your aquarium, upgrades for your equipment, which I haven't added yet, but stuff like that. Yeah, idle games are fun to work on. I've always really enjoyed it. I mean, I am excited to work on Lured In a bit more and get that emotion. It's the imagination you sell. That's true, yeah. Then also, depending on your license and the game engine you use, you might have to pay 5 to 50% extra. That is true. Depends on the engine, though, of course. Godot does not take any profit, which is another reason I use Godot. It's very nice because it's open source. Obviously, you can't really. That would be silly if they took money from you. Yeah, man, Godot's epic. I feel like Godot's one of those things where, like, you should at least try once and see what you think. And if you don't vibe with it, then that's totally fine. But it's honestly pretty beginner friendly. It was really easy for me to get into Godot. Some people don't like Python, but Python's fine. Well, it's GD script, but it's basically Python. Look at Hollow Knight. It's not that big. Hollow Knight has made so much money. But yeah, even Hollow Knight. I mean, Hollow Knight is a really good game, though. I know they probably have spent years working on this because the art that they've done for this must have taken a million years. But it just goes to show that you really don't have to make a AAA quality kind of thing to make a successful and fun game. Almost 500,000 reviews, which is insane. You know, you multiply that by 50, and then with sales and stuff, let's say on average, you multiply that by $15 for the price of the game, and then let's say by half for sales because it's an older game. So just gross profit, Hollow Knight's probably made at least $100 million, almost close to 200 million, which is just insane. I need to be fair, this is a team of people, but it's not a very big team. That's the kind of money where you make one game and never have to make a game ever again in your life. Yeah, that's the dream. I'd probably still make games even if I made $1 billion because it would just be for fun at that point. A really successful idle game is Eidolon. I heard of that one. Oh, I think I've seen this around before. Yeah. I've seen this one before. Yeah, this is a pretty popular one. It looks like it's sort of like an auto battler thing. I don't actually know what an auto battler is. What is an auto battler? I always see them around, but I never know. Maybe? Auto battler just means you don't do anything? Okay. Well, then I guess this is an auto battler. Yeah, I've seen this game around. It looks pretty fun. Let's see. So I might reach out for your feedback. Yeah, I'm totally happy to play stuff and try it out. So yeah, I've played 1 billion. Obviously, I've played a lot of mobile idle games. You know, the classics like Adventure Capitalist, which I feel like Adventure Capitalist actually kind of isn't that fun. Like, it's fun initially, but then when you get to end game, it just becomes a chore and it's not that fun anymore, in my opinion. But they might have changed the game a lot since I played it, so it's hard to say. They sold the game on 2D art and making a world around that art. Yeah. Dropped a video of my idle roguelike, the program channel in your Discord to check later. Awesome. I'll take a look at that for sure. Python not bad. Yeah, no, I definitely don't think Python's bad at all. I enjoy using Python. It's a really easy language. Some people don't like that it's dynamically typed, but I think it's okay. I do like dynamic or static typing, and I've been doing that more. But that's the thing with GDScript, you can still dynamic or statically type stuff, right? So it's fine. All right, now we got to get some blood. Something exactly like this, but not that stupid. I don't know. Actually, for blood, I think I'll just do what I did before, another noise texture. Even though I have the albedo here, I don't think I actually... Oh, it is just a noise texture. Okay. Let's make unique recursive. Oh, yes, we're in Noita. Yeah, I've seen Noita. That's a really neat game. It's crazy. Optimizing something like that would be a crazy challenge. I know I've watched some videos on how they do it, and they basically they do a lot of just deferred processing. They separate the entire world into little tiny chunks and then process each chunk individually so that places where nothing's happening, it doesn't actually have to, the game doesn't worry about it. Yeah, it's really cool though. I do want to try out this game. This game seems like it's less of a hold your hand linear story thing, obviously, but it just seems like it's a very raw experiment and find out what happens, more of a sandbox game, you know. It seems cool though. It is on sale right now for 60%, so I might grab it, try it out. So yeah, 3-person team if I call it correctly. That's insane then, yeah. That's millions to each person. Man. That's a great example of not being good at art and just programming. Yeah. Definitely you can do some cool looking stuff by just with shaders and stuff. The art though is pretty solid in this though. They've got some nice parallax background stuff. So but yeah, I don't think art really matters so much if your game is really fun. And I think that's why Noita has done so well, right? Auto chess is goated. Oh yeah. Didn't even know that was a thing. Eidolon makes a ton of money off the shop. Yeah, I imagine. Yeah, it's pretty interesting. You could probably make a lot of money off of in-app purchase stuff. I don't know. I've always felt though, at least for me, I don't know if that's really the route I'd ever want to go down though. Free game and then make people have to pay for stuff. I don't know. Blood. Let's make this not transparent. And I think this needs to be more black. Darker. I think this is sort of the vibe here. Okay, so that's the... Did I duplicate the wall here? Butchery wall, I did. So we're going to copy this noise texture down here. Pop. And add it to here. Paste. There we go. And we got the blood splatters. And we'll change the base material there too. RimWorld is good. Yeah, I always really enjoy RimWorld. It's pretty fun. Yeah, sometimes I do a crazy modded run through of that game. Sometimes the mods get too crazy. I install a million mods and then it starts to run bad, so I have to uninstall all my mods and restart, but it's fun. What was that other material I had open? We'll find it again. Auto games are gacha systems. Yeah. Incentivize you to speed up your never-ending progression by spending money. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, it is a business model. I feel like it's I don't know if I would ever do that though in a game I make. I don't know. I've definitely got opinions about the whole gacha stuff. I think it kind of is unfair. I don't know. The whole idea of just having to spend money to actually progress and enjoy yourself seems pretty mean. I'd rather just focus on making a fun game that sells well I don't know if I'll ever do free-to-play stuff, but it's hard to say. Free-to-play definitely has its place. In some genres, you definitely like have to do free-to-play. And I also think there's a lot of good ways to do free-to-play. One good thing, honestly, actually, speaking of your game Bear Like Lion, is the like supporter pack. I always feel like that's like a fair way to do like a free-to-play and then include, you know, because obviously you have to make money somehow. But it just seems like a nice, like, here's a thing that you can get. It's not required to play the game, but it gives you all this stuff. I think it's a good way to do it. This doesn't really give me control over the thickness of my beams, does it? Which is too bad. I think we could make this work. I wish I could choose how much like rust and stuff gets spawned, though. I don't really have that ability. Let's keep looking around, because that is a pretty old and some 1.0 filter forge. Yeah, you also build your character how you want, sorta. It's definitely a fun game for replayability, yeah. Path of Exile made so much money off their support packs. It costs like, oh man, that's wild. $250 to $1,000, yeah. Cool prize if you spend the $1,000, you get an item in game. Oh yeah, it's definitely neat. I mean, if I had like a bunch of extra money, it would be fun to, you know, buy stuff like that for sure. Blood Forge looks cool, but no Linux executable. Oh yeah, that's too bad. Yeah, I didn't realize that it didn't have a Linux version, huh? Yeah, just Mac and Windows. That's interesting. You'd think it would be on Linux. At first I thought it was AI. No, it's not AI. So the thing that I like about Filter Forge is all the people can make different filters on here. Filter Forge has actually been around for a while, well before all the AI stuff. I bought it before AI was even a popular thing. Generative AI, obviously. But what it is just using different like noise maps and textures. It's sort of just creating like a shader, and converting that, like getting it set up so you can procedurally create textures. It's pretty neat. It's definitely like you need to be good at making shaders to really make these. So it's nice that they have the filter library because it speeds it up so fast. I can just go find what I want instead of having to tweak with it for hours. But it's really neat. I haven't really had a super great chance to use Filter Forge before. But now that we're like actually doing a 3D game, it's been really helpful actually. Yeah, it's neat. All it is just like you can, I don't remember if I have the studio version. I might not be able to make filters. But if you buy the more expensive one, it does give you the studio. It lets you make your own filters, which is pretty fun. I bet it would be kind of fun. Or I guess you don't need studio, you just need a professional. They did a separate version of Filter Forge called Ultra Forge, and this one is an AI powered one. I did not get this one, of course, and it's also really expensive. But yeah, I think these filters work really well. Because, like, I don't know, it doesn't have the weird AI funny business. Like, these textures are just very straightforward. The thing I love about it, too, is it generates all the normals and stuff for you. I think what it's doing is actually generating... I don't know if it's actually generating a 3D mesh or not and then calculating the normals that way. I don't really know how it works. I presume that it was just using, like, different noise textures and stuff, but... yeah, I need to look into it more, though. But yeah, no AI stuff. It's a good way to get textures really easily. And the thing that's nice about it, right, is you could just choose your variation. You can randomize the noise texture seeds. So you can get, like, different... I don't know, it's nice. I like all the textures on here. It's very useful for this stuff. You can go through and edit the albedos and stuff if you need to, but usually there's enough sliders that you can kind of tweak it to do what you want. A lot of my community has been hyping up Material Maker, yeah? Haven't heard of that one. It seems interesting. Yeah, basically the same. I think this is exactly how Filter Forge works, where it has like a node editor. That's pretty cool though. Might have to check this one out too. It's always just nice to have places to grab materials from. Is it just free or like does it cost money? Nice. Looks like it's just a free thing. Let's see. Yeah, I got into training my own stable diffusion models. Oh yeah, that's interesting. Let's see. BSP. I understand that's like the Quake maps. Yeah, interesting. Yeah, it's a bunch of assets you can use with it, and it's free and build Godot. Nice. Sounds pretty interesting then, honestly. Yeah, and it's got the community library is the important thing, because I would love to be able to just grab them and not have to spend a billion years making my own. We'll definitely check this out. This would be a nice alternative to Filter Forge for sure. And it is for Linux, which is epic. What is this .dmg? I don't even know. I'll install it right now. We'll take a look at it. Especially if it's made with a Godot, I bet it's a really easy export process into Godot. So let's check it out. I presume that you can just select the community shaders in the program. You can also import CS2 maps, I think, to Godot. Can you? I don't really know. Where did it go? Oh, there it is. Material maker. Okay. So yeah, it's basically just like the like Blender material node area where you can drop in different things. It's got some cool textures and stuff though in here that just comes by default. And patterns is also really nice. That's something that like Blender has a couple procedural patterns, but I wish they had more. You know, just stuff like this, like that's kind of neat. Yeah, it gives a nice preview over there. That's cool. And then it's just got output. You can put that in albedo. You've got your texture over here. I'll definitely have to mess with this. I didn't really know about this, so it would be really fun. Sometimes there are cases where like I would love to be able to make my own texture. It's just been hard to find like a good tool for that. But this is really neat though. And then I presume you just like export material. Oh, you can just do it straight for Godot, an ORM or a standard. Does it literally just export as a material already? That's crazy. See, that's what's nice. Whenever I export from Filter Forge, I have to like configure the material, but if I can just straight up export directly to a standard material, that's pretty cool. What is I know about the standard one, but what's an ORM? Occlusion roughness metallic. I haven't ever really used those, and I just don't know what they are. Does it say ORM in here? Well, it's gonna be funny. Does it show it anywhere in here? Maybe it's a different tab. Yeah, my code dev Nerdful made his entire new map and material maker materials. Yeah, that's cool. Love the free stuff like Photopea. Oh yeah. Photoshop browser. That's cool. Oh, okay, ORM is for PBR materials. Okay. Interesting. I haven't really ever messed with PBR materials. I need to like understand them more. Like what is actually the difference, you know? I don't even know. PBR, physically based rendering. Yeah, I gotta do some research on it, because I just don't know. And rim lighting, that's another thing that I haven't messed with either. It seems like it would be nice. I should probably mess with that. Oh, here we go. Got a link for it. Epic. Let's see. Inclusion reference metallic, some warm water weight pack PBR materials. Okay. Okay, so for PBR material, you need albedo, normal, roughness, metallic, ambient occlusion. And then with ORM textures, you only need albedo, normal, and ORM. So it's basically just sort of a format that, like, I guess it seems like it packs it all together. That's interesting. Yeah, I'll have to look into that more. I guess it probably doesn't really matter too much then whether you use a PBR material or a standard. It just kind of depends on your... Yeah, because the only thing I guess it would do is just reduce the number of files. But... still very neat. What I need to do is just actually, like... You know, always the thing, I think, is I just need to... mess with it and actually create some PBR materials and like see what the difference is hands-on. It's always much more helpful for me. But yeah, definitely thanks for telling me about this program though. Yeah, load material from website. Just let me just like... Nice. Because yeah, there's got to be a lot of cool things on here. There's a lot here actually. Mud. And it's so nice that I can just export straight to, you know, a Godot resource file. I don't have to mess with it. Whoa. Oh, it's like loading. There we go. Yeah, that's really neat. And I like having this preview, because that's one thing I don't really get with Filter Forge, is I don't know what it's going to look like when I actually import it into the project and stuff, but... So what's nice about this, because I can load in a material and then actually get a real preview of it before I put it in to see if it's the right vibe. So yeah, that's really helpful. Can I combine the two, like Filter Forge and this? There's also like some crazy stuff. Like, how does this work? People are doing like fancy geometry shapes. Yeah, ice for the walls, exactly. The only thing that seems like could use some improvement with this is performance. It's a little slow trying to select different materials, but, you know, not too bad though. I can't seem to move this node. So is it doing some kind of like displacement? Is that like a... Oh my god, there's so many nodes. Depth. Is that what the depth node is? Or the depth channel? Interesting. This is height map, yeah. So that is what the depth channel is. How does a depth... What is the depth channel? Yeah, I imagine it's just pretty... Is it doing like a vertex displacement, or is it something separate from vertexes, you know? Because also, I don't see depth in here. Right, because I was trying to figure out how people are doing that, because I've seen a couple of materials like that, but maybe it's something you can only do with the ORM material then. Because does this have a depth in here or something? It seems like this material is the exact same as standard, but the only difference is just ORM instead of the other stuff, so I guess that is really the only difference. Okay, well then that's nothing. So it's not that. I mean, I guess I could just export this material and see how it works. Because is it using like the bump? I know that, or there's the height map. Depth mapping. I imagine that's what it's using. So. But let's try it. Let's just save this. I wish that it used the default file explorer. Is there some options to change that? Preferences. Enable vsync. Yuck. Bake. Export. Nah, there isn't. Too bad. It's okay. Also, I noticed a save all. Oh, also we have to export, not save. G3 spatial. Standard. Now I have to go up to find all my stuff. Where's desktop? No, I want to go to documents, right? Documents. Way down here. Maze game. There it is. Materials. Call it test. Yeah, and I just want to see how this material works. Just curious to see. See source night is sim like everywhere else. Okay. So should be here now. Oh. So it looks like it didn't actually export it as a material. Which is weird. It says that it's a tress. Oh. Hey, there it goes. I guess it just wasn't fully exported yet or something. Alright, let's see. Does this work? Did I just crash the editor? Oh, it's... Okay, there we go. Okay. Whoa. That's pretty trippy. So it's not doing like real vertex displacement, but it basically is just creating the illusion of depth. So... It's wild. Yeah, I think that's something that unfortunately you can't do with world space shaders. And I think that's why I haven't messed with it before, because if I go into UV1 and then enable triplanar, I'm pretty sure, yeah, it doesn't work anymore. So, I guess that's one reason to spend the time to not use triplanar, but it's okay. If you get that working, your whole game leveled up, yeah. I mean, it's definitely neat, but I don't know exactly what I would use it for, I guess. I'd have to think about that. Actually, I have a big issue with triplanar materials are killing Steam Deck. Oh, really? That's interesting. A bunch of the new community maps use triplanar, yeah. Okay. It's good to know. I know there are some, like, warnings about how triplanar can cause performance issues, so... I haven't really noticed anything, to be honest, with Deadlift or anything, but it's definitely something to keep in mind. I think one actually huge benefit that Deadlift has for performance and rendering is since you're inside in a bunch of hallways, I can actually just do some really aggressive occlusion culling. So I'm hoping that I'm not really going to run into any issues with the performance, because I can just, yeah, everything will be occluded. So you're really only ever going to see a tiny little section of the map at once. But that's something I'll definitely be testing. I'll probably be... I have a Steam Deck that I bought for Starground, so I'm sure I'll also test this for Steam Deck. Also, Nick Jack, welcome in. How's it going? Welcome in. Let's work on the base material here. But yeah, we're gonna do that other one. Then we started messing around. Well, here, maybe we should try this new nifty little tool here. Let's go search for Let's just close. I like that I can have multiple like things, like files open over here. That's kind of neat. And then let's say load from website. Want a Steam Deck so badly? Yeah. It's pretty neat. It's I got the OLED one and it's pretty nice. It's a very good screen. Yeah. I mean, to be honest, I'm not really like the target audience for it, and that's just cuz I don't really like I don't travel very often. So I don't really like use it as intended. The only reason I got it really is just to test Starground on Steam Deck, so. But it is really nice. I could see how it would be very fun to have one, especially if you move around a lot, because it can run some pretty, you know, big games. I was able to run like Subnautica and stuff on it just fine. Obviously, it doesn't look as good as playing on PC, but it was surprisingly performant for what it is. So we're just waiting for Half-Life 3 the Steam machine at this point. Wouldn't that be wild if, like, on the day that all that stuff comes out, the Steam machine and VR and stuff, they announce Half-Life 3? That'd be insane. I think if Valve did that, they would win. They'd officially win. I feel special today, so can I join the Deadlift pre-alpha testing? You're totally welcome to. The form to fill out is on the Discord server. So, yeah, if anybody does want to join, you can just head over to the server. And then in announcements, we have, boom, Deadlift pre-alpha playtest sign up. It's funny that this GIF is already out of date. It's been like 2 days, and now this is completely non-representative of what the game looks like. So, but yeah, you can just sign up here. There's not really a ton of questions or anything that you have to answer. Let's visit the site. I just need to know what your Discord name and Steam names are so that I can distribute keys. And then optional questions, which are helpful for me, but you don't have to answer them. But yeah, anybody is welcome to join. You'll get a Steam key that will be permanent. So you get to keep the game after it's released, which is nice. But yeah. Valve left my hardware request on read? Yeah. I figure those hardware requests, they probably only give out to people that are more important. You know? But like, I didn't even bother signing up because I'm like, well, I'm not a AAA company and I doubt they're going to send one to me, so. I'm not really sure how their queuing system works, though. Like, I would imagine they give certain companies priority just because it's more critical that they get Steam Deck support working. Because I know it's always, like, in limited supply and stuff, but I don't know. Or maybe it's just a random queue and whoever signs up has a chance to get one. I don't really know. But resistance, static PBR, with depth preview as displacement. Yeah, I wish I could figure out how to make my materials get displaced like this. I don't know how that works. Also purchased Steam Deck, no issues in Europe, nice. Half-Life 3 if sold with a Steam machine like Mario/Duck Hunt was when you bought Nintendo NES would make a big impact, oh, for sure. And people have been just waiting for so long. If it would be a monumental event if they announced it, right? It'd be crazy. Yeah, I forgot I can filter. Let's just sort by like wall. Or, like, let's just sort by metal specifically. I also do love that all of the licenses are on these are just, you know, right there. So you can make sure you're only using CC0. You want those types of invites, you gotta show up to the big convention expos and shake hands with the right people. Yeah, that's true. I know 2 people got decks through the program and 3 that were rejected. Okay, interesting. I reviewed my games as unsupported on deck that never replied. Oh, yeah. Rip stream. Uh-oh. Hey, I'm getting some network instability. Is Steam downloading something? What is going on? You know what? It might be this. It might be this program. Hold on. My GPU might be struggling. Hold on, let's close this. Make sure it's not that. What's going on with my internet? Am I cooked? No, should be fine. Ugh. Okay, it's probably a GPU thing. Am I running out of VRAM? No. Let's close some windows and stuff. Let's close Blender. Okay, it is getting better, so I think it's just my computer is struggling. I wonder why. What did I do that made it struggle so hard? Was it Material Maker? I don't really know. Yikes. Yeah, I don't know what's going on. It doesn't seem like it's anything I'm doing. Let's temporarily close this. Let's close some of these other windows and stuff. I think we're back. Looks like it's stable now. I don't know what that was all about. It's weird because it's not like my internet fully died. It just got a little slow for a moment. Strange. Well, guys, we're fine now. Alexa, fan on. Bruh. Alexa, fan on. Okay, she did it. Alright, sorry about that, guys. Anyways. Yeah, the reviewed your game is unsupported on deck. They never replied. Yeah, I did get my... I got Starground reviewed for Steam Deck support, and it's semi-supported. There were a couple things that they did or like ran into somehow. And I was like... I can hear the audio, but the video feed is gone. I would restart Twitch. Twitch is funny sometimes when things happen. Yeah, Twitch always delays things because they try and optimize the experience, and then it's like 20 seconds delayed. So just refresh the page. I don't have pre-rolls, so you should be good. Music Godot, the material program, and Steam codec, maybe. Yeah, I don't really know. Or stream codec, yeah. It's a little quirky. I guess we're fine. Yeah, if anybody notices any more issues, let me know. But try refreshing the page first. I'm gonna explore that off stream just to see if that is causing like computer problems for me. It was running a little slow, like trying to load in the textures and stuff was sort of a struggle. So I don't know if that's really what was causing that. It's hard to say. But off stream, it would probably be pretty useful, so. Yeah, that would be probably my only, like, thing that would need to be improved. It's just, I do want it to run well. What was I looking for in here? Let's search industrial wall again. So I do like the yellow rusty wall, but I don't want to do the exact same texture again. Do have the option of, like, something more heavy looking. Maybe that one could work. Yeah, I think we should be back. it's showing the proper bit rate and everything, so whack. Here, I'll just put this in chat for anybody that's lagging. If you're having delay issues, try refreshing the page. Because Twitch is funny. I should be showing 35,000 kilobits right now. Everything should be fine. Might just need a minute to get caught back up or something. I'm not sure. I don't know what happened. He's still lagging? That's quite strange. Should I change my bitrate live? That's gonna kill everything. I can't even do it. I kind of want to disable the Twitch enhanced broadcasting thing, I think. Because it seems like it might be causing more issues than it solves. Well, let me guys know if you if it's back to normal or not. I don't know what else I can do on my end. Everything seems to be fine. But yeah. It is a really high bitrate right now. I think it might be pushing like a lot of data to Twitch right now to get the stream caught back up. So hopefully that stops lagging. All right, so our options are this guy, which this looks more like brick to me than like wall. So I'm not sure. Let's see, if I load up Twitch, is it also lagging for me? Just out of curiosity. Like a lot of data to Twitch right now. Seems okay. Yeah. I don't know what's up with that. That's strange. Audio's really delayed and the video still lags. You gotta love Twitch, guys. It's a really lovely website, totally. They totally do a good job of making streaming a reliable and enjoyable experience. I think it's probably a Twitch issue because there's no issues on my end with OBS. It's just business as usual, and I don't see any delay on my like actually in OBS, so I think it's Twitch. Yeah, I'm gonna disable the enhanced broadcasting stuff. Not a Twitch issue, huh? We could check YouTube. So I'm also simulcasting over there. Let's go over there. Oops, wrong. Twitch. It is really stuttery over there too. Oh, but now it's not. Here, what if I do some stuff and then watch on YouTube? I'm doing stuff. I have to wait for it to catch up now. Oh, here, I'm delayed. How's the audio? I'm doing stuff. It seems okay on YouTube. So as far as I can tell, it seems to be okay. It's back now. I think it's, yeah, because my bitrate just dropped. So I think it was trying to catch up the stream or something. I don't know what's going on, guys. I think I'm going to disable the enhanced broadcasting thing, though, because it just seems to cause me more problems than it solves. So I'll do that after the stream is over. It is back now? Okay, good. Strange. I don't even know what caused that. Because my internet's okay. Very weird. Anyways. Just looking around at different textures and stuff. We could do like a heavy industrial wall. It's working great for you now? Okay, that's good. Let's try this one. Dark edges, number of seams, width of the seam. Okay. Oh, so the diffuse is just like that. That's interesting. Let's try it out, though. Oh, but we're not in our project. Hold on. Started loading for a second. That's... oh, man. Yeah, I don't know what's up with that, guys. Oops. All right, let's use... Okay, I guess that filter's not there anymore. Boom. Seamless tiling. Okay. And we can modify the colors too. I might make the colors a little bit darker here. I don't really want this to look like wood though, right? That's the thing. Kind of does look a little bit like wood. Yeah, I don't know how I feel about this one. Let's not. No. There's also this one, but I don't think this has... It just has the lines. I do like the textures that are like very clearly kind of like meant for a wall, because it has the kind of borders at the top and stuff. It's large plates. Nah. I want to avoid this stuff looking like a medieval dungeon, so I do want something that does actually look like metal. I do kind of like this one. We could do row shift, which might be nice. It's pretty dark, but I could up the diffuse here. Color 3. Something like that. Let's just try it out. See what it looks like. Okay, so we got the butchery wall. Now we're going to replace all of these textures. Let's see. Diffuse. So that's what that looks like. Let's try, see what it looks like with the normals and everything. How do you generate a bent normal map? That's something that, like, I have no idea how. Like, it's a texture. Is that gonna do anything? It slightly changes it, but I just don't know how to format that correctly. That's one of those things I'll have to look into. Make it world triplanar. Alright. Then we got the detail layer already. So I think we're mostly good to go. Do I want to darken the walls? I'll wait on that. I mean, this is basically pretty much, I think, what we're imagining. I can open up the concept art for it again. Anyway, it's pretty late for me. I'm gonna go to bed now. Alrighty, sounds good. Thank you for coming in. I do appreciate it. Have a good rest of your night. Walls look pretty gray, but I think this vibe works. All right, then we just got to worry about the ceiling, which I think we could use a very similar texture to the other one, honestly. Let's just duplicate the break room ceiling, call it the butchery ceiling. And boom. It pretty much works. The only thing I'll add to it, though, is the detail layer. Did I just enable refraction? I think I did. Okay. Boom. And then go copy from the other butchery sections. Copy that material. Add that in There's the albedo. And there we go. It's pretty hard to see it there. Do I have like something weird set for my UV over here? Yeah, what do I have set on the UVs of the other ones? UV2 set to, yeah, 005. Let's go back to butchery ceiling. Oh, and make it triplanar, yeah. There we go. Look at that. Okay, so this should be all good now. Now we just have to go through and add it to all these other ones. Or actually, here, let's do the smart way and select all of them. Then now I can just go bing, boom, and there we go. So let's go generate these rooms, make sure they all look good. Snooze the ad. Here we are. Yeah, we still gotta go through and change all the IDs. Which is gonna be super totally fun. But it's okay. And I have to figure out, like, sort of how I'm gonna do the transition from one region into another. Because right now, they just don't have any kind of seam. Oh, these didn't actually apply. Oh, duh. 'Cause I forgot, guys. I need to click export as a mesh library. Okay. And then the other thing too is I want to change what decorations spawn given the debris, given what kind of region we're inside of. Because it doesn't really make sense for there to be bricks and cables inside of a freezer. I would rather have that be like stuff that's snowy, like ice chunks and, you know, whatever. It'll just make environments look a lot better. And I guess in a way that debris would kind of work as like a little bit of a transition thing because it would sort of connect the two together. It is pretty sick though. I actually do like the vibe of this zone. I think this could be pretty spooky. Also, the ceiling is not. There we go. I guess we gotta do both. There we go. Yeah, it doesn't look too bad. Then this transitions into regular employee room. Which, I guess the transition, I mean, it's obvious, of course, but it's not the worst thing ever. And then over here should be the freezer. Sir, get out of my way. Yeah, it's hard to tell when I walk into the freezer. I need to replace the ceiling and floor to add the ice stuff. Because I don't think I have those set. Yeah. So let's duplicate the break room ceiling. Call it freezer ceiling. And then the floor. Duplicate it. Call it the freezer floor. Okay. So we're going to copy this albedo from here. Go into the floor. If I have it set as the UV, still 005. Freezer floor, that's all good. Do detail layer. Mix, and then albedo is that. Alright, so let's make sure it looks good. Really hard to tell if anything's going on. Oh, it's because I haven't actually set the... haven't set the material. There we go. And then the ceiling, I think, on the freezer also needs to change because the ceiling there right now doesn't really fit. So let's look for ceiling or any kind of metal would be fine. What kind of ceiling would you see in a freezer? These are all like not the vibe. Let's do metal. Just pick one of these. We could do like these. I do want to use these somewhere. But it might be a little too intense. There's a lot of different options with the shader. There's like hit/cap, whatever that does. Circle mode, which probably just converts it into a circle. Preview shape, which is actually kind of nice. Then you can make it seamlessly tile and stuff. I think it's a little too intense. There's a lot of neat textures in here, man. Boilerplate. Pretty gnarly. Derelict welded metal. I have used that before for, I think I was experimenting with rocket stuff. Truswami. Which I don't know what that word means. I've seen this around so many times. What does it mean? It doesn't mean anything. I don't know. But this one's trusses. Which maybe would be the vibe here. What I need to do is copy the color over here on this floor. Wall, I mean. Get the color code. And then I can pop this in as the base color. Boom. It is very dark, though. Seems much darker than this wall is. Which is interesting. Oh, it changed the material? Okay. So we got an ad starting in just a minute. My apologies. Got your detail level. There's a lot of settings in here. And the normals are pretty crazy. Diffuse. So how do I want this to look? There's all the height stuff. We could set like vertical height. There's so many settings. It's almost like too many settings. Border height. Wish I could drop the height so it's like flatter. Oh, now it's gone. Very interesting. Is it just the amount of rust that's causing it to be so dark? I think so. I think somewhere around there should be fine. I want to see what this does look like on the ceiling, so. This is butchery. Oops. Well, I screwed this one up. Let's make a new artboard. Ceiling. Nope, not butchery ceiling. Ooh. Freezer ceiling. So I'm going to reset all my settings. It's fine. We'll redo it. All right. Okay. We are exported. Let's go back in here. So now we got the freezer ceiling. And yeah, let's just try throwing this material in. I don't know if this is gonna look good or not, but we'll see. And let's set all the freezers to use freezer ceiling. And freezer floor. Alright. So freezer ceiling, I put the wrong one in. Freezer ceiling diffuse. Boom. And then freezer ceiling at normal. Boom. That's what that looks like. Probably not the play. But let's also add the ice. So is the ice onto it. Get our detail layer out of here. Put the albedo up on there. Set it to UV2. Make sure that's triplanar. Set the scale to 0.005. And this is where we're at. I'm gonna see what it looks like in game. In the context of all of our lighting and everything. So, do I still have that test light on? Because I need to disable that. Oh no, it's off. Alright, let's go. It's nice having a built-in stress reliever into the elevator. Alright, so we start in the meat room. We go into here, which is the common room. And then the freezer zone. And I forgot to export the materials again. It's okay. Also, ads are over. Sorry about that, gamers. Before we do that, I think I want to change the floor. So let's figure out what we want to do for that. There's a lot of different vibes we could do. I think maybe for this one we do like some big concrete tiles. Or even boarded concrete could be interesting. Maybe. Let's try it out. What? Oh. I can't do it, guys. It's okay. I don't have the newest version. We will find a different one. Maybe the splotchy concrete. So let's see, floor. We do have a different concrete texture in here. This one. Which I don't know why it's saying it's a, yeah, like that. It's like a colder concrete. We could go with that. Okay, let's try exporting again. Mesh library, boom, boom. Let's go see what it looks like. So there's a lot of other things that we're gonna have spawning in these environments that make them look better. You know, we're gonna be doing, for example, inside of the meat and freezer, I think we're gonna have the hooks. They're very loud, so if you run into them, it goes and then alerts entities around you. What happened to my options menu? Okay, I gotta fix that. Wait, that doesn't seem right. It's fine on the main menu, isn't it? Ooh. That's strange. Is it a different material? I guess it is. Let me, Oh, it's because I didn't modify wobbly UI. Whoops. Let's fix this. Ah. Oh, wasn't it because it wouldn't let me change it for some reason? Oh, now I can. Okay, I don't know, man. And this stuff changed. Ooh. I thought I set that to be unique. I was messing with the material here. What material is this using? Let's make it all unique. And then save this as button wobble. don't have a folder for shaders, do I? Okay, time to fix everything. This is so sad. My empire. You know what? I could use the same gradient for this gradient. Yeah. So now when I edit one, it'll do the whole corner. It's much better. Okay. And that's a completely separate material. Alright. Anyways, back to what we're doing. Time to descend. So there's a lot of things that we're gonna have to do. We're gonna have stuff like for the meat area. We have to change like how items spawn and stuff here, right? Because I want specifically like meat items to spawn in the meat zone. So we're gonna have to make a lot of changes to stuff like that. So this is what it looks like with the trusses in the freezer. I think it could work, it just looks a little silly because we still have like the rubble and then the chairs and stuff in the freezer. Obviously it's not gonna look like that here. But I think it could work. Chair. Okay. And yeah, we can see what region we're in down there. It's printing out an output. So we are still in the freezer. I guess what we need to do is make some kind of standard function that anything can use to figure out what region it's inside of. So we could check, like, what region is this table in and stuff like that, right? To figure out what kind of loot should be spawning in areas like that. Or what we do is just create different loot tables for different regions. So we choose what items spawn and where. Oh my goodness, let me out. Let me out! This freaking guy. Okay. Yeah, it's coming along. I do like the look of the butchery area. I think that's going to be really cool. It'll be fun to model stuff for that. Yeah, this is going to be a big part of what makes it interesting to actually explore these areas. So it should be the same map every single time right now. If we descend down, it's just going to be the exact same layout and same biomes. But the thing that'll change is where furniture spawns, where the decorations spawn, what kind of items spawn, what entities spawn. So the game does still have a lot of random elements like that. That's why I always describe the generation as like, it's like pseudo-random, right? Because there's some things that stay the same, but a lot of what's in those environments change. Okay. But yeah, we're gonna have a ton of different maps. The thing is that it's so easy for me to draw maps. It's gonna be nothing to add in more, right? So hopefully there's so much variety in terms of what map can be chosen that you won't even remember if you've been to a specific layout or not. That's the idea, at least. But I think it will be pretty easy to do that. It only takes me like at maximum like 30 seconds to make a map. So I could probably easily do like 10, 20 maps a day if I needed to. I probably won't bother making that many. I mean, of course I could always like make some kind of program to generate the maps for me, but I like sprinkling in a little bit of handmade. I don't want everything to be 100% procedural. Because I like having the ability to kind of choose like how the maps are laid out and make interesting stuff happen. You know, maybe there's just some quirky maps that are like, for some reason, there's just like one long hallway that goes forever, you know? Like just a super long single hallway. I think it's going to be fun to throw in weird structures like that. Because if we do purely procedural, I think it's going to start feeling... We're going to suffer from the No Man's Sky syndrome, right? Where everything just kind of feels a little bit the same, even though technically it's all completely different. That's always the curse with procedural layouts. And I want to avoid that as much as we can. Right. Yeah, we're on the rover, exploring stuff. The bloom here looks totally fine, but definitely when I went to this area with the flashlight bouncing off the floor, it's pretty, it's a little too bright. Also, I want to make it so when the, like, rover, if there's something interesting around the rover, I want the camera to kind of, like, look toward that object, you know? Like, if you walk past this and turn to look at it, I want the camera to go up so you can see the item. But yeah, we'll work on that. And I feel like maybe the ambient lighting around here also is perhaps just a little bit too bright. Whoa, what was that? Sometimes the mesh of the rover can go inside of itself. I think that's what just happened. Or like the camera can go inside of the mesh of the rover. As you can see, I'm pretty low on battery. Better like get the frick out of here and stuff. Hurry. I don't remember where I came from. No, he's blocking it. Well, rover doesn't lose battery when I'm not moving. I think I went the wrong way. I did. So this is one of those moments where if you did this, then you're screwed and you have to go retrieve your rover. So it is important that you think about carefully where you're going. You don't want to just blindly wander around. Obviously, we don't have that mechanic set up to actually make the rover not work. So as you can see, nothing has happened. But in the future, if that happens, your rover is dead in the water. Whoa. 2 rovers, huh? It's hard to tell if you're inside of a rover or not. It's one thing I wish I could figure out, which is like, if there's 2 rovers placed in one location, they kind of like, they automatically move to the side of each other. So that you kind of know if there's another rover on that tile. It's something I probably could figure out. I just have to do some like, I don't know, position checking stuff. We could probably do it. It would be a little tricky, but I bet it's possible. Yeah, this game's starting to look a lot better, I think. With all the new textures and rubble and stuff. It used to look pretty terrible. This isn't too bad. Yeah, I think it'll be really fun to start seeing a lot of new environments, you know, as we descend down. It's like, you go down and it's a whole new area, and you're like, uh-oh. I don't know anything about this area. That one question I've actually been asking on the playtest sign-up about, like, what's the scariest part about horror games is actually pretty helpful. Because it's kind of giving me a little bit insight as to what, you know, people actually fear. So yeah, it seems like one of the most like common themes across the responses definitely is like the unknown, right? And yeah, nobody has said like jump scares basically, because yeah, jump scares just aren't that scary. But yeah, just stuff like being followed, being stalked. Like very ambient psychological, like not in your face, So that's the whole, definitely the vibe we're going to be aiming for with this game. Hey, I'm talking to you here, pal. I need to make them actually, like, say stuff. Squeeze. I muted the game because the music's playing. Oh, that's... I can't interact with the chair. Sorry, that's too loud. That's not supposed to happen. Oh. No. Yeah, that's strange. Well, that's a bug that we have to fix because it soft blocks you forever. So why can't I interact with the chair? Let's figure that out. Let's go in a world and just look at the chair. Let's actually just go into remote view right now. And I can go down and find chair. So it is on collision layer 3, so that's not the issue. It must have something to do with the script for chair. Because can interact right here. And there's a couple things that are set here, so... let's figure out why this is not working. I'm hovering over the chair. So let's print out, how many breakers do we have? Oh, do I have to... yeah, no, there we go. So it shows 0 breakers. And then I think the other issue is the breaker count. Because we should have 1 active breaker. Hold on, I need to stop printing null over here in the player. It's getting a little annoying. Okay. Yeah, so that's the issue. It thinks that there should be a breaker still. So what I need to do is just whenever we leave, set both the breaker count and active breakers back to 0. So let's just go back into here. That's probably where we like clear objects. Right here. So yeah, we do all this stuff, and then I want to say active breakers is 0. Is it total breakers? No, it's like breaker count. And that should fix that issue. Just reset that. I think that's probably the only issue there. Let's make sure that it works. Okay, that took a minute to load. Strange. Okay, we've arrived, sir. So let's go find the breaker really quick. It should be really easy to find it here. Yep. Then let's go. So hopefully this will let us interact with the chair again now. I think it should. And we can't click it again because we're not... yeah, we should be okay. Yeah, so now it gives us the prompt to sleep. It's just the fact that it didn't like reset the breaker count, so I thought there were still breakers to be activated or something. But we're fine now. I also noticed that there's some kind of bug with the water where it's making me consume food as water. Which is is weird. So I say if water slot dot current item, if item dot liquid, which that should not be the case for that guy. He is not a liquid, and I have liquid set to false by true, right? Yeah, false by default. So I don't know why it's like not throwing me the warning, right? And why it's still consuming it. It's a little strange. Because where am I? I say food good. Where do I actually clear those? That's strange. Do I not clear them? And this whole time it's just been accidentally clearing? And so I thought that I was clearing them? That could be what's happening. Interesting. Move from group. Is clear. Yeah, because I don't think that the stuff in that slot should just instantly go away. Seems like that would be bad. Let's try this again. Because maybe the issue is I'm just not like checking it properly. Because I know in share okay. So it is just checking, do I have the item? So that's the issue, is I need to make sure it's actually the right kind of item. So if that... And... item data dot... That's not a liquid. And likewise, if I do this one, and it is a liquid. Let's try this again. Because if I put 2 food items, I should still say, do I really want to go without water? I should still say, do I really want to go without water? So let's go figure it out. I mean, the other option is just make it so that the only item I can ever put on there is the proper item, like an item that can actually be consumed. So that's an option. I might just do that. It's military, welcome in. Do I wear a trench coat outside? That's like the long one, right? Yeah, I do not wear a trench coat. I wear shorts and t-shirt and button-up shirt. That's all I wear. I match the mustache though? Yeah, yeah. It would be a vibe, that's for sure. Alright, where's this funny breaker? Bro. What a meanie. I thought this map was supposed to be small. It's not over there. Breathing sounds like it's hitting the mic, yeah. I might replace the breathing sound eventually. I imagine also each different playable character is going to have a different breathing sound. Alright. So now, if I try and sleep with 2 food items on my plate and drink holder, it should, you know, yap at me. Let's try it. It did not. And it did consume the items, though, so that's the thing. And as you can see, I do have thirst, but I don't think I have hunger right now. So it's a little funky. I'm going to turn this into a function that's a little bit more straightforward, which is, I'm just going to check if valid. I'm going to go to clear objects, and then just have a function called is food valid, right? Function is water valid. And now I'm just gonna pass all this stuff in and say if is water valid. So this is going to return a bool. So if we have a current item, and then if that item is liquid, I'm going to return true. Otherwise, return false. Let me do the exact same thing for this stuff over here. But we change it to food slot. Okay, so that should work. And then up here, it's going to complain about a few things, but it's okay. Item ID is that. Boom. Okay. And here we'd say, oops, this should be a water slot. If food slot, so now we say is food valid. Okay, so that should be it now. And now what we can do is on the chair, instead of checking all this garbage, I can just say if not global.is food or .world.is food valid. So if it's not valid, then say, do I really want to starve? And then here I say, do I really want to go without water? So now it's using the same function for determining whether it's like a valid thing. So it should just be a little more reliable now. So if I descend down again, how was I able to instantly descend that level? It seems a little weird. Did it generate a level with 0 breakers? It said it generated 3 breakers. I don't know. So now if I use this chair, also I can't interact with the chair again. Bro. There's something weird going on with the breaker counts and active breakers. I need to fix that. Like, let's print S. Active breakers and global.world.breaker count. And let's see what it is. So 0 and 3, it's saying that there is 3 breakers, but 0 are active, which is correct, right? Didn't I just... I'm just gonna go reset breaker count in here again. So down here I say active breakers is 0 and breaker count is 0, which is very strange. Oh, that's only if intermission. I need to do this here where I set intermission to true. Let's try that. Okay. Pretty Boolean. It is pretty Boolean. Finally got it wired correctly. Were you wiring up something? I'm gonna sneeze. Excuse me. So it should let me descend. No need for consumption. Thank you, Abra. I appreciate it. Sure. How the biome's going? It's going really good. They are working. We're able to tell what region we're in. So you can see in the top left, it tells us what region we're in. So this is elevator. Now we're in the butchery zone. And so it'll dynamically swap out what corridors are generated here. So it gives us now the ability to choose what furniture spawns here, what entities spawn there, what items spawn there, you know, anything that we want. So we can start to really customize each separate area. So this is the area we had before. This is the break room. And then over here we have the freezer, which is going to have like a lot of food items and stuff. But this is going to be a pretty rare biome. You're not going to see this one generate very often. Because it's supposed to be kind of like a good biome. It's like, it's a nice place to go. Okay. On hit status effects with diminishing returns. Yeah, stacks coming back for UI HUD and not crashing me. Nice. Cool. Yeah, what's the little guy on your desk? This is a homunculus. He's a food item. I'm testing the food stuff right now. Also, I didn't actually hit the breaker, so I can't leave. Let's go find the breaker. It's not down there. I still need to get it set up so rovers can activate breakers. Because right now they cannot. And they should be able to. I want somebody to be able to explore and complete a level just by rovers. If they play their cards right, you know? So. Will there be, yeah, multiple biomes on each floor? I definitely think so. The way it works is that you have like a map that generates, that denotes the layout of everything and what biomes spawn and where. There it is. And then the things that are random is the furniture that spawns, what items you get, what entities you get. So those things are all going to be pretty random. So it's sort of a mix of both some procedural stuff, but also non-procedural stuff, which I think is going to be the play. I still don't know why sometimes these guys just stop and don't know what to do anymore. We do have that timer, though, that we hooked up that, like, runs every 10 seconds so they can repath. And I think it eventually fixes them. Maybe not. Maybe they're still broken. Is it because they're colliding with the chair? No, I'm trapped. They might be colliding with the chair and then just breaking, possibly. I don't really know. But they shouldn't be. They shouldn't have any collision with the chair. I don't know what's going on. I gotta keep looking into their pathfinding. The robots, for some reason, love to break and stop working forever. Also, what on earth is going on here? Hold on. I think I just need to do... Bop. Now we're corrected. But what's a rover? It's these guys. So they're going to be sort of the way you explore the maze. Normally, the maze is going to be very deadly. So you send your rovers out to do the exploring for you. You can grab items with these guys. And then come back with the item. And there we are. Mine now. And eventually we're going to add on upgrades so you can make your rovers better. Maybe more like inventory storage and stuff like that, or different abilities that could distract entities and stuff, and potentially like make a safe path for a player if necessary. But yeah. This game is so cool. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Yeah, let's see what happens now if we try and sleep. It should complain that this is not a valid water item. And also we should be able to interact with the chair if I did it. Yeah, we're good. So now if I do this... Yeah, so since this isn't a real water item, it's not going to drink it because... Uh-oh. We just keeps saying the same thing over and over. So obviously there's something going on here where it's not setting this message properly. Oh, I have to say or food prompt. So if it's already been printed out, it doesn't print again. Now I can sleep. What? No. Or water prompt. Oh, I have to say or not water prompt. Oh no, I say and not water prompt. So only run that line of code unless it hasn't been done already. There we go. Alright, so good at Gamedev. Appreciate it. This is a lot of practice making games, messing around and figuring out how to model and program and everything. Oh, that's not fair. I immediately got blasted with Hollow. You know what? Sometimes I want unfair things to happen. So, I haven't fixed this issue yet. At least I thought I did, actually. That's strange. What I do in here inside of generate decorations, I thought I had a list of visited. Yeah, visited. So I would say do all this stuff. If it has that position already, then it should run continue and just immediately go to the next one. But it doesn't seem like it actually worked. Okay. Well, that's something that we'll have to work out. Is the chair they offer you at this job interview? Yeah. I don't know why it... Oh, unless it generated from a previous maze. It's possible. What we need to do is turn on our test light. I think that might be the case here. Let's, it seems like there's a lot of furniture. Let's run back into the maze. Actually, here, let's find... Where is the, breaker? Okay, it's over there in the frozen zone. Alright. Well, we're gonna have to end stream here, guys. Let me, test this one thing super quick. Yeah, I think what happened is it just didn't clear out all of our entities and stuff. Something's strange. Let's walk over here real quick. Meat. Yeah. Was that the same breaker? I don't know, we gotta figure this out. Yeah, these guys did not get cleared, did they? I see two stacked on top of each other. Unless that's just a random luck thing. I don't know why they keep getting stuck there, specifically. Let's watch what happens when we descend. I want to see what gets cleared out in here. Oh. I mean, to me it seemed like everything got cleared out. Strange. I wonder why that other stuff was there. It's pretty weird. Yeah, I don't know what's up with that. Let's sleep and then watch the maze get generated. Okay. Breaker's in a different location. I don't see any overlapping furniture yet. We might have just gotten really unlucky. Yeah. I don't know what's going on with that then. So that is a bug we'll have to work out. I think it was just that there's so many entities spawning now that the robots keep grouping up. I still don't know why they keep getting stuck here specifically. They shouldn't be colliding. I don't know, there's got to be some reason that that happens. They just get stuck here and are just like, yeah, I'm done. So that's strange. The robots' pathfinding have been nothing but problems. Anyways, we're going to end stream. Thank you, everybody, for coming. I appreciate it. got a whole bunch of stuff done. I'm glad that the whole region and biome thing is working now, so that's good. It'll be fun to start fleshing that out. I would like to start adding in some more entities soon, hopefully. Because I think that's going to be important for making the game fun. And then the next big, like, kind of one of the final gameplay obstacles is just the whole upgrade system. I think that's sort of like, I'm like on the mountain climbing toward the peak and I see it in sight, but I've got to get over the upgrade rock first. All right, but let's go raid Dobbs. I'm gonna start that up. Yeah, thank you gamers for coming. We'll be live again on Wednesday, 3:30 MST. If anybody is interested in joining the playtest for Deadlift, the game we're just working on today, feel free to join the Discord. Thank you for dropping the link. It's in the announcements channel. There's a link to the Google form. So anybody's welcome to join. You get to keep the key forever. So you get the full game on launch. And we'll only ever do one round of playtesting. So there's your one chance. Yeah, thank you gamers. I'll see you all next time. Feel free to grab Starground. It's on sale right now for the winter sale. And yeah. Bye everybody. Bye-bye.